Marshall Peak, Chapter 5311, Entering the Dragon Pool. It would not be wise for young Kai to enrage an ancient dragon at this time, so after he sensed the warning, he immediately stopped talking. What was currently taking place should be the dragon pool's opening ceremony, a cumbersome, long, and boring ritual. While the whole dragon clan was paying full attention, young Kai was incredibly disinterested. Despite having a dragon vein, he was born human, making it challenging for him to comprehend the current mood of the dragon clan. Finally, after half a day, the ceremony finally seemed to be winding down. Together, the three ancient dragons opened their eyes, and the middle one yelled, "Today marks the opening of the dragon pool, which will harness the ancestral power to aid dragon descendants to strengthen their bloodline. May our descendants continue endlessly and our clan last forever." Immediately after, there were endless, continuous dragon roars. These roars shook the no-return pass, and dragon pressure filled the air. At the same time, the 5 enormous dragon statues that were in the square underwent an odd change. They were obviously statues, yet they appeared to be coming to life at this very moment, all of their eyes shining brightly. Yang Kai noticed a faint tremble of the dragon source in his body, as if it was somehow connected to one of the statues. He couldn't help but be in shock, and as he focused his gaze on the statues, noticing that the one that had some kind of connection with his source was the dazzling, golden statue. While cultivating in the divine spirit ancestral land's black ink sealing land, inside the dragon clan's sacred treasure, the Crystal Palace, young Kai witnessed the ancient battle where the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress of old suppressed and sealed a black ink giant spirit god. From that, he knew that the source he possessed belonged to the Dragon Emperor of that generation, the Golden Divine Dragon. Naturally, given the circumstances, he was bound to make some associations. Those 5 statues were all of the different colors, yet the golden one was connected with him. If that's the case, these 5 statues were dragon emperors from different generations? Otherwise, there is no way to explain this sensation. In other words, there had been a total of 5 dragon emperors in the dragon clan's history. Undoubtedly, this number was quite small compared to the number of top human masters, but to the dragon clan, it was already quite a high number due to their long lifespans. It had to be acknowledged that a dragon emperor was the strongest in the entire clan, so, if there weren't any accidents, such a master would only pass away due to old age. Since ancient times, the dragon clan had had 5 dragon emperors in succession. There should also be one in this generation, but young Kai had yet to see him and was unsure of his whereabouts in the no-return pass. The connection he felt was extremely subtle, which should also be undetectable by other Dragon Clan members according to their reaction. Yang Kai focused hard on it, but couldn't feel anything special about it. While he was in deep concentration, the 3 ancient dragons of the Dragon Clan all shook their bodies and assumed their dragon forms. Young dragons, grand dragons, ancient dragons, and divine dragons were the different divisions of the Dragon Clan. The length of their body alone could reveal their cultivation. They were young dragons if they were below 10,000 meters, they were grand dragons if they were between 10,000 and 50,000 meters, the ancient dragons ranged from 50,000 meters to 100,000 meters, with anyone at or above 100,000 meters being a divine dragon. The strongest master among the divine dragons was the Dragon Emperor. For instance, Ji Laro-san's dragon form, which measured close to 50,000 meters when he previously transformed, could be deemed the upper bound of being a grand dragon. If he entered the dragon pool this time, he would certainly ascend to the ranks of ancient dragon. It was for this reason that young Kai was blocked outside the no-return pass by him. How could Ji Laro-san easily let this go when young Kai had taken his chance to ascend? Of course, the dragon pool would still open in the future, but nobody knew how long it would take. The 3 ancient dragons had obviously been cultivating for a very long time, so they had basically reached the 100,000 meters limit. If they had fully transformed to their original size, the no-return pass might not be able to contain them. So, the 3 ancient dragons didn't assume their full transformed state and instead restricted their size to about 10,000 meters long. Still, they were tremendously intimidating. Young Kai was shaken by the sight. Although he had never witnessed these 3 ancient dragons battling, their might should be greater than that of any 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master he encountered, judging just by the intensity of their auras. He couldn't help but wonder how long the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters might survive against such existences without succumbing. The disadvantages of the divine spirits were very clear. Their long lifespan meant slower growth. However, their long lifespan was also advantageous to them as they were basically unbeatable compared to masters of equivalent realm due to their powerful physique and their long accumulation. Not to mention, the Dragon Clan was the leader of all divine spirits, therefore, they were even more powerful than regular divine spirits. All three ancient dragons had different colors. One was black, one was green, and another was cyan. The variation in color symbolized the variation in their source attributes, such as Yang Kai, whose source attribute was gold or more generally, metal, which made his innate abilities sharper and more deadly. Transformed into their dragon forms, the three ancient dragons hovered back and forth in the air while various secret techniques were activated that caused time to fall into chaos. Yang Kai didn't know what they were doing, but it was quite obvious that they were opening the dragon pool. The Phoenix clan head previously claimed that unlike the phoenix nests, which were basically attached to the immortal parasol tree and were visible to the naked eye, the dragon pool was a mysterious and magical location that could only be reached by the Dragon Clan. However, Yang Kai clearly felt the existence of the dragon pool in the void, which meant it was not an ethereal existence and could still be sensed. How can this be explained? He couldn't understand and was too lazy to figure it all out. After all, he was not a pure-blooded Dragon Clan member, so he didn't know a lot of the secrets of the Dragon Clan. The 5 Dragon Emperor statues grew more and more lifelike as a result of the 3 ancient dragons' actions. The magical power from the statues quickly infused and converged into one. Yang Kai stared and observed that the power was slowly rotating amongst the 5 statues, its speed increasing more and more. Less than an incense stick later, a vortex-like portal appeared in the center of the 5 statues. Yang Kai felt an incredibly violent force emanating from that vortex, and he knew in his heart that this was the entrance to the dragon pool. The force was so strong that even he dared not underestimate it. Looking around, all the Dragon Clan members had no reactions, as if they were just waiting. After another moment, the whirling vortex settled and transformed into a stable portal. Immediately, the ancient dragon who had just spoken, roared, "The dragon pool is opened. Enter now." As soon as he completed his sentence, 3 figures flashed in the direction of the vortex, followed by 10 more afterwards. Yang Kai could clearly see that the 3 figures in front had comparatively weak auras and he assumed that those were the young dragons, while the 10 figures behind who had much stronger auras that were practically identical to his own were the grand dragons. The reason why there were fewer young dragons and more grand dragons was because the Dragon Clan had difficulty reproducing. And as a result of the Dragon Clan's long lifespan, the number of grand dragons greatly exceeded the young dragons after the accumulation of years and centuries. Just like what the Phoenix clan head told Yang Kai, there were 3 young dragon slots and 10 grand dragon slots during this opening of the dragon pool. Since Yang Kai had taken Ji Laro-san's slot, there should only be 9 grand dragons entering the dragon pool. However, there were 10 that entered just now. Ji Laro-san, who was standing next to Yang Kai, hurried to the front of all the grand dragons, as though he was worried that if he took any longer, he wouldn't be allowed to enter. What is going on? Yang Kai was stunned. He was also unsure of if there was a limit to the number of individuals who were permitted to enter the dragon pool, or if it wouldn't make a difference if there was one more, but at this point, he knew he couldn't fall behind. If there really was a limit to the dragon pool's capacity and only 13 individuals could enter, he could only stare blankly at them if these 13 went in before him. Although the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and the Dragon Clan had reached an agreement and Yang Kai wouldn't be left out like this, there was always room for precaution. As his thoughts flashed, he immediately disappeared from his original spot and appeared on top of the vortex, plunging in headfirst. This scene stunned all the Dragon Clan members, especially the 3 ancient dragons, who shook their heads incessantly. This human really wouldn't obey their rules. The Dragon Clan had no means to leave him out and had simply added another slot. However, everyone in the dragon pool would receive fewer advantages as a result because the amount of benefits to be had by cultivating in the dragon pool was fixed. The more people who went in, the fewer benefits each would receive. To have 3 young dragons and 10 grand dragons was the maximum limit. It was difficult for the Dragon Clan members to reject the humans sending over someone with a dragon source. They initially wanted to let Ji Laro-san give up his place, but after giving it some thought, they decided to just add another slot. He was just a human after all. Even if he managed to refine a dragon source, the benefits he could gain from entering the dragon pool should be limited, hence, it would not affect the others in the grand scheme of things. Every time the dragon pool was opened previously, the young dragons would enter first, followed by the grand dragons. But now, that human ran in first. It couldn't be helped, though, as he was proficient with the Tao of space. The whole thing happened so quickly that even the 3 ancient dragons were not able to stop him. Still, his actions made the ancient dragons' expression darken, and they secretly made the decision to never agree to such a request from the human race again, no matter the compensation offered. What does he think the dragon pool is? Behind young Kai, the 3 young dragons and 10 grand dragons followed and entered the dragon pool orderly in an extremely quick manner. After every acknowledged dragon clan member entered the dragon pool, the 3 ancient dragons sealed the portal. It would take several years before the portal would reopen. When it was opened next, there would hopefully be an increase in the number of grand dragons and ancient dragons. At least 2 of the 10 grand dragons had a chance to join the ranks of the ancient dragons by their calculations. The other grand dragons were still short on their accumulations and had only entered the dragon pool this time to strengthen their bloodline. It wouldn't be until the next time that these grand dragons would have a chance to break through. Young Kai was wrong when he made the assumption that the dragon clan only had 3 ancient dragons. After all, how was it possible that there were just 3 of them after so many years of accumulation? It was just that these 3 were the oldest and the strongest, so they were the leaders of the dragon clan, in charge of all day-to-day activities, including the dragon pool's opening. Inside the dragon pool, young Kai was shocked. He couldn't help but feel strangely at home as soon as he arrived at this place. Compared to what he experienced in the Star Boundary, it was entirely different here. After all, he wasn't exactly born in the Star Boundary, though he considered it his home. But in the dragon pool, young Kai had a feeling like he had returned to his mother's womb, which helped him to relax both mentally and physically. It might be due to the magical power of the dragon pool that young Kai, without taking the initiative, transformed into his grand dragon form the moment he entered. It seemed like they could only exist in their dragon forms in this place. His over 35,000 meters dragon form indicated that he was quite strong even among the grand dragons. Young Kai didn't take any action immediately and instead silently assessed his body while sensing his surroundings. His dragon vein was oddly active, a sign of his bloodline surging. On the other hand, the environment around him felt like an extremely deep pool, with water all around him. Is this how the dragon pool got its name? Marshall Peak, Chapter 53:12, Depths. The water in the pool did not appear to be ordinary. Instead, it had an unusual power that, if absorbed and refined, would greatly help a dragon enhance their bloodline. Young Kai faintly understood why the dragon clan valued the dragon pool so much. This place could strengthen a dragon's bloodline power, and it also existed as the root of the dragon clan, so it was not surprising that they considered it sacred. Before he could savor the wonders held in the dragon pool's water, there was a burst of dragon roars all around, followed by the forms of true dragons appearing all around. After following him into the dragon pool, the 3 young dragons and the 10 grand dragons also transformed into their dragon form involuntarily just like him. The young dragons were all less than 10,000 meters long, while the grand dragons ranged in length from 25,000 meters to close to 50,000 meters long. As soon as these dragons entered the dragon pool, they immediately dispersed and surrounded young Kai. What's going on? Young Kai scrutinized his surroundings with his large dragon eyes. The aura of the grand dragons locked young Kai, and it was obvious that they had malicious intentions. Since it was inconvenient to attack me outside, are they trying to take action now that we are in the dragon pool? It seemed that the Phoenix clan head's warning about battle occurring in the dragon pool was true. It wouldn't be that easy for him to gain benefits from this place as a human. One of them was a familiar black dragon, who appeared to be Ji Laro-san. Ji Laro-san had shown his dragon form outside the no-return pass, though he was quickly forced back into his human form after being captured by young Kai. Despite this, young Kai would not forget this dragon form so quickly. As Ji Laro-san narrowed his eyes, he stared at young Kai fiercely, and after moments of struggling, He let out a dragon roar. The top 10,000 meters of the dragon pool is yours. If you dare to dive any deeper, don't blame us for not being polite with you. Yang Kai listened in a daze. For Yang Kai, who was 35,000 meters long in his dragon form, 10,000 meters of space was naturally insufficient. Even if he coiled himself up tight, it would still take more than 10,000 meters of space for him to fit. Ji Laroshan clearly did not have his best interests in mind when he gave this ultimatum. This should be a consensus of all Dragon Clan members as they roared incessantly after those words left Ji Laroshan's mouth, their dragon pressure in the air flowing towards Yang Kai. The dragon pressure was very useful when it came to opponents with a weaker bloodline, even if they were stronger in terms of cultivation. Yang Kai's own dragon pressure played a significant role when he was dealing with Zhu Qing's Dragon Clan previously. It was evident from the dragon pressure of Ji Laroshan and others that their bloodlines were extremely strong since they succeeded in ascending to the rank of Grand Dragon. Any Grand Dragon, including those just below 50,000 meters, would not be able to sustain themselves being enveloped by that much dragon pressures. Even Yang Kai felt a lot of pressure, but he was still able to resist it. After warning Yang Kai, Ji Laroshan stared at him fiercely again, flicked his dragon tail, and plunged down to the depths of the dragon pool, followed by the other Grand Dragons and young dragons. Before leaving, Ji Laroshan's eyes gave off the impression that he was still unwilling and reluctant. In truth, he had petitioned for all the Grand Dragons to immediately team up after entering the dragon pool to force Yang Kai out, preventing him from exploiting the Dragon Clan's benefits. Battle was inevitable in the dragon pool, and besides, the Dragon Clan was not a submissive race. The Dragon Clan frequently engaged in deadly battles each time the dragon pool was opened in an effort to occupy a better position, with the winner being able to gain more advantages. However, the three ancient dragon elders rejected this idea. After all, the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm old ancestors were the ones who arranged this whole thing, and they had paid quite the price in order to send Yang Kai over. Furthermore, the three ancient dragons knew that Yang Kai, as a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm master, seemed to be important to the human race's upcoming crusade in some way. If they outright forced him out without allowing him to gain any advantages, it would be hard for them to explain to the human race. Since he couldn't be forced out, the only option was to let him stay in the dragon pool's shallowest part. Although not much, there would be benefits for him in this situation, and it wouldn't harm the Dragon Clan's interests. Thus, they wouldn't be violating their deal with the human race. Regarding this way of handling the situation, Ji Laroshan was somewhat reluctant because Yang Kai shamed him so greatly that all he wanted was to rip him to pieces to vent his rage. However, he had to comply with the elder's words while deep down, he hoped that Yang Kai wouldn't be so obedient so that he would have an opportunity to discipline him and reclaim the dignity he had lost. On the other hand, Yang Kai was left helpless as the Grand Dragons and young dragons dove deeper into the dragon pool. He was not an idiot, though. Since Ji Laroshan allowed him to occupy the dragon pool's shallowest place and prevented him from descending any further down, didn't that indicate that there were more advantages to be had by diving further? Yang Kai was naturally unconcerned about Ji Laroshan's threat. How could Ji Laroshan speak against him like this after being defeated? As long as these Dragon Clan members didn't join forces, he feared nothing. He did not, however, instantly dive deeper into the dragon pool because he wanted to verify his theory, so he remained in place and silently observed the situation. The water around the pool did indeed have a marvelous power concealed within, and this power clearly benefited no other living beings than the Dragon Clan. When his dragon vein pulsed, Yang Kai could clearly feel the magical power in the dragon pool being absorbed into his body, enhancing his own bloodline and purifying it. The dragon pool was simply a cultivation paradise for the Dragon Clan. Even if one did nothing in this place, their bloodline could be rapidly enhanced. In addition, this was only the shallowest part of the dragon pool, so what would happen if he went deeper? Having noticed the effect of the cultivating at this shallow part of the dragon pool, Yang Kai wasted no time and swept down with a flick of his body. But he frowned immediately after. He initially wanted to manipulate space principles to hurry deeper, but was taken aback when the space principles which he usually used at any time and anywhere could not be activated in this place. Is there some kind of restriction in the dragon pool? After trying several attempts, he confirmed that he couldn't manipulate space principles here at all. In this dragon pool, it appeared that only the dragon clan's different techniques could be used. Yang Kai couldn't help but chuckle. He was wondering how Ji Laroshan had the audacity to speak to him so condescendingly after being defeated so badly, but now he understood. Yang Kai originally thought that it was because there were a lot of allies on Ji Laroshan's side, but now he knew that it was due to the dragon pool's restrictions on any external forces. Ji Laroshan, a grand dragon with a dragon form of close to 50,000 meters, would really not be scared of him, who was only 35,000 meters long, in this place if they both could only rely on the techniques of the dragon clan. With a quick thought, the back of Yang Kai's right claw slightly heated up, and the great sun mark appeared on it. His thoughts flashed again, and on his other dragon claw, the great moon mark appeared. It seemed like the dragon pool couldn't restrict these marks from the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer, but this was only natural as the burning light and serene glimmer were the ancestors of all divine spirits. Consequently, no matter how great the dragon pool was, it could not restrict the marks granted by both these ancestors. Yang Kai had only wanted to test whether he could access the two marks in the dragon pool, but when he really activated them, he discovered that the magical power contained in the water of the dragon pool rapidly began flowing into the two marks. His own source swiftly surged, and another dormant power in his body reawakened, fused into his bloodline. It purified it at an astonishing speed. Yang Kai was tremendously shocked. He previously used these two marks given by the burning light and serene glimmer to condense purifying light. With the great sun mark absorbing the yellow crystal's power and the great moon mark absorbing the blue crystal's power, purifying light could be formed under the fusion of the purest yin and yang. Yang Kai was surprised by these two marks when he was blocked by Ji Laroshan. Under the activation of these marks, Ji Laroshan was immediately powerless to resist. Now, there was another new pleasant surprise. These two marks were able to absorb the mysterious power of the dragon pool. With these two marks, Yang Kai could benefit more from the dragon pool than any other dragon clan member. As for the power that was reawakened in his body, it was the power given to him by Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan when they left the chaotic dead territory the first time. Yang Kai knew nothing about it except that this power could greatly help the enhancement of his bloodline. This power had already been awakened twice before, once right after he left the chaotic dead territory, and again when his dragon bead cracked in battle. Both times, this power had greatly enhanced his bloodline. It also rapidly repaired the damage to his dragon bead, fixing what would normally have taken hundreds or even thousands of years in less than a decade. However, that power was simply too profound and mysterious as it did not run out once his dragon bead was restored and instead just fell dormant again. Now, it was once again reawakened with the guidance of the dragon pool. This power already served the purpose of purifying one's bloodline, so coupled with the power of the dragon pool, Yang Kai instantly felt tingles all over, like he was shedding his former body and being reborn. His bloodline was clearly being enhanced at an astonishing speed. His dragon bones made audible cracking sounds, his dragon scales shivered slightly, and dragon blood oozed out from his skin. He certainly felt that his dragon form was growing. However, this situation didn't last long, and less than an hour later, due to the great sun and moon mark's incredible absorption rate, the power in the water of the dragon pool was significantly reduced. This reduction caused the just awakened power to slowly fall dormant once more. In his heart, Yang Kai understood the mysterious force granted to him by Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, the great sun and moon marks, and the dragon pool's power all needed to work in tandem. The dragon pool's power was the stimulant that awakened the mysterious power, and his marks were the beacons which drew in the water's power. Thus, in order to continue strengthening himself, he needed more dragon pool power. However, after his intense absorption, there was not much dragon pool power left nearby. So, it would not be as effective if he remained and continued to absorb the power from there. When Yang Kai inspected himself, he realized that his dragon form had increased by about 20 to 30 meters in this short period of time. An increase 20 or 30 meters to a body that was 35,000 meters long was nothing, but this was just the beginning. After releasing the great sun and moon marks, Yang Kai looked down with his dragon eyes. The dragon pool power deeper down should be far denser than it is here since Ji Laroshan and the rest all rushed down there. Without hesitation, Yang Kai flicked his tail and rushed down to the depths of the dragon pool. How would Yang Kai care about Ji Laro-san's warning? The most important thing right now was to gain as many benefits as possible from the dragon pool. Marshall Peak, Chapter 53:13, Passing Through. As Yang Kai guessed, the deeper he went into the dragon pool, the more intense the mystical power became. However, he did not have any intentions to stop. Since he knew this, it was obvious that the deeper he dove, the better. This might be the only time he could ever enter the dragon pool, thus, he should endeavor to reap as many benefits as possible. The dragon pool seemed bottomless, and Yang Kai dove down tens of thousands of meters, but still saw no signs of any of the other Dragon Clan members. It made him wonder if the space inside the dragon pool was somehow distorted. There were 3 young dragons and 10 grand dragons who just came in. There should be no reason why there were no signs of them. Finally, after several thousand more meters, Yang Kai finally came across Dragon Clan members. 2 young dragons, both at only around 7,000 to 8,000 meters long, were fighting. They did not use any peculiar secret techniques and simply used their physical strength. Yang Kai arrived just as the 2 young dragons were engaged in a fierce melee. They roared as they clawed each other ruthlessly as dragon scales were torn off and dragon blood splashed everywhere. Yang Kai was surprised as he did not expect that the Dragon Clan's internal clashes would be so violent and bloody. Yang Kai could guess that they were fighting for this spot. This place was already several tens of thousands of meters deep into the dragon pool, which appeared to be limits of these young dragons. Although they could get more benefits if they went further down, they might not be able to withstand the pressure. They could grow rapidly by purifying their bloodline at the physical limit of their bodies, so the deeper position in the dragon pool would only belong to the one who was strongest. The 2 young dragons were about the same size and strength and were in an intense fight when Yang Kai arrived. The 2 young dragons seemed to sense Yang Kai's aura and suddenly stopped fighting. They turned their heads towards him and one of them shouted angrily, "How dare you come down here?" The other young dragon also roared, "Get out of here, or I'll teach you a lesson." Yang Kai's huge dragon form passed between them, and with a swipe of his dragon tail, he sent the 2 young dragons flying. How dare these 2 young dragons of less than 10,000 meters speak so disrespectfully to him? They were so ignorant that Yang Kai did not even bother to reply to them. When Yang Kai dashed past them, the 2 young dragons tumbled as their vitality roiled. They stared momentarily in the direction that Yang Kai disappeared before they suddenly roared in unison and rushed towards each other to continue their struggle. They were too weak to be Yang Kai's opponents, so since their warnings were ignored, they did not try to stop him. There were other grand dragons deeper down who would naturally drive Yang Kai away. The fight was in full swing with the winner getting to stay while the loser would have to retreat. Yang Kai went down another 10,000 meters and encountered the 3rd young dragon. For this opening of the dragon pool, only 3 young dragons had entered. The strength of the previous 2 was hardly worth mentioning as they were only between 7,000 and 8,000 meters long, thus, they were obviously still far from becoming grand dragons. However, this 3rd one was about to advance. Yang Kai took a quick glance and saw that this young dragon's body size was over 9,000 meters long. If nothing untoward happened, he would break through to the Grand Dragon rank by the end of this Dragon Pool session. This was also the reason why he could cultivate at this depth without any worries, because he was much stronger than the 2 young dragons above and could occupy a deeper position. On the contrary, the earlier 2 young dragons had to fight for the best position above. This young dragon was more sensible than his companions. When he sensed Yang Kai's aura approaching, not only did he not try to stop him and simply made way for him. He was not looking for trouble and Yang Kai naturally also did not bother him, so he just brushed past the young dragon and continued down deeper. This time, Yang Kai did not encounter a grand dragon until he dove another 100,000 meters down. However, this grand dragon was less than 20,000 meters in length, so he should be one of the weaker grand dragons. This grand dragon wanted to stop Yang Kai, but after looking at Yang Kai's more than 35,000 meters golden dragon form, he restrained himself. Within the Dragon Clan, golden dragons were known for their ferocity and lethality. With the same bloodline purity and same body size, none could defeat a golden dragon. Yang Kai was almost twice his size, so he knew that he was no match. The main thing was that Yang Kai seemed to be diving deeper and was not trying to steal his territory. Yang Kai continued his descent and came across 2 more grand dragons who simply made way. So far, his journey was uneventful. Yang Kai realized a pattern as he dove deeper. The young dragons were separated by about 10,000 meters of depth, while the grand dragons were about 100,000 meters apart. Every 100,000 meters there was a grand dragon, so it could be said that the power of the dragon pool within 100,000 meters was owned by the dragon clan member who took up station there. This should be a dragon clan rule passed down from ancient times. Yang Kai was outraged when he realized this. How could Ji Laro-san only permit him the top 10,000 meters of space? That wasn't even enough for him to stretch his body. Such impudence. However, Yang Kai was alarmed at how deep the dragon pool was. He was already hundreds of thousands of meters deep, and still was nowhere close to the bottom. Could it be that the dragon pool was millions of meters deep? Did it even have a bottom? He swam through the territories of 2 more grand dragons before he was finally stopped by one. This grand dragon was about the size of Yang Kai, around 35,000 meters long. When this grand dragon saw Yang Kai approaching from above, he was furious and roared, "Your courage isn't small. How dare you come down here?" He did not waste any time and lunged towards Yang Kai with his dragon claws. With a 35,000 meters long dragon form, these dragon claws were both enormous and sharp. Even if Yang Kai was also a grand dragon, he would lose a chunk of flesh if he was hit by these claws. When he attacked, the grand dragon also activated his dragon pressure as he rushed towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai had expected such a situation. Earlier, he did not encounter any obstacles because those young dragons and grand dragons felt that they were not his match, and would only make fools of themselves if they attacked him. Now that this grand dragon was similar in size, it was only normal that he was challenged. Since his opponent had used his dragon pressure, Yang Kai did not hesitate to use his source to counter. However, this time he did not use the Great Sun and Great Moon marks as there was no need to. Yang Kai had felt threatened when the 10 grand dragons collaborated to pressure him, but it was totally different now that they were one-on-one. When the invisible dragon pressure hit him, Yang Kai was totally unaffected. On the contrary, the grand dragon that initiated the attack became frozen in place with his claws extended. Yang Kai slapped his claw on the grand dragon's enormous head and unleashed a violent strike which sent the grand dragon flying away, leaving deep gashes and cracking many dragon scales on his opponent in the process. The grand dragon roared painfully, and when he finally managed to stabilize himself and turn to look around, he only saw the figure of Yang Kai continuing down into the depths of the dragon pool. He did not dare to pursue and just stopped in place, shocked and shaken by the encounter. There was simply no comparison between their dragon pressures, which was akin to a competition of their respective bloodline power and the might of their source. Although the dragon clan knew that Yang Kai had a dragon source, they just assumed it as an ordinary source. Even if a human had the opportunity to integrate a common dragon source, he would still not amount to much. At the most, he could have some characteristics and abilities of the dragon clan and cultivate some of the dragon clan's divine abilities. They still believed this human to be incomparable to the true members of the dragon clan. They were astonished when they first saw that Yang Kai's dragon form was actually 35,000 meters in length. Very few humans could refine their dragon vein to this extent. However, the moment their dragon pressures were compared, this grand dragon knew that everyone in the dragon clan had greatly underestimated this human. Yang Kai's dragon pressure was far stronger than his, which meant that either his bloodline power or his source was significantly more powerful. The strength of one's bloodline was intuitively represented in the size of the dragon. The stronger and purer the bloodline, the larger the body. Which was why the grand dragons had to go deeper into the dragon pool to cultivate compared to the young dragons. The dragon pool was of great help in refining their bloodline. Between him and Yang Kai, there was essentially no difference in their size, which meant there was a negligible difference in their bloodline power. That meant that it was all about their sources. The opponent's source was far superior to his own. The grand dragon was slightly lost in his thoughts. However, more than anything, he was curious about what dragon source this human had managed to acquire. How could the dragon source owned by a mere human be more powerful than that of pure-blooded dragon? Moreover, it was a significant difference between them. Did this human manage to find the source of a divine dragon? How could that be? Throughout the ages, the dragon clan did not have many divine dragons, with most of them only managing to become ancient dragons. A divine dragon was among the most powerful existences in the universe, so it was basically impossible for a divine dragon to die outside and lose their source. No, indeed there was one lost divine dragon source, and it was not an ordinary divine dragon either. The third-generation dragon emperor's source. The Grand Dragon was shocked when he reached this conclusion. If this was really the case, then none of them could act brazen in front of this human. What's more, no Grand Dragon who had entered the dragon pool this time would be his match. When the few ancient dragon elders learned of this human's existence, they would have to reassess him. While the Grand Dragon was pondering doubtfully, Yang Kai had already gone down another 100,000 meters and easily brushed off a 40,000 meters long Grand Dragon. Dragon pressure was incredibly useful in the dragon pool. Yang Kai did not need to fight the dragons head-on, as with his dragon pressure, he could just intimidate his opponent into giving way. The deeper he went down, the more intense the dragon pool power became, and the more powerful the Grand Dragons he encountered. Yang Kai encountered a Grand Dragons of 40,000, 43,000, 45,000, and 48,000 meters in succession. All the way through, with his dragon pressure flaring, no one dared to oppose him. Yang Kai had yet to meet Ji Laro-san, who was close to 50,000 meters and only a step away from becoming an ancient dragon. He was the strongest in this batch of Grand Dragons that entered the dragon pool, thus, he would certainly be at the deepest part of the dragon pool to cultivate. Yang Kai was puzzled about him snatching Ji Laro-san's spot in this opening of the dragon pool. Logically speaking, if he were to take up a spot from the list of dragons that entered this time, it should have been from one of the weaker ones. However, it seemed that the dragon clan considered that Ji Laro-san was about to advance to become an ancient dragon, thus, even if he did not enter the dragon pool this time, it would not matter too much. Entering the dragon pool would only speed up the process a bit, so they made him give up his spot. Yang Kai was not sure as to why they allowed Ji Laro-san to enter dragon pool thereafter, but that was none of his concern. Marshall Peak, Chapter 53:14, Yin-Yang Millstone. After descending more than 1 million meters into the dragon pool, Yang Kai finally encountered Ji Laro-san. The huge dragon form was nearly 50,000 meters long and coiled up, hungrily devouring the mysterious power of the dragon pool, causing the surrounding water to churn rapidly. At the first sight of Yang Kai's figure, Ji Laro-san became furious and roared, "Ignorant human, what impudence!" This human was allowed to enter the dragon pool, but was supposed to remain in the top 10,000 meters. This was already a great gift from the dragon clan, so how dare he dive so deep? Ji Laro-san already had a grudge against Yang Kai, and now that he had seen his enemy, he could not hold back. He swayed his dragon form and pounced. Despite his rage and hatred, Ji Laro-san did not underestimate Yang Kai. Previously, he somehow lost to this human twice, so he knew the latter was not to be taken lightly. If they were outside, Ji Laro-san would not have dared to act so reckless until he knew what trick Yang Kai was using. But this was the dragon pool. Within this domain, all external abilities could not be used. The only thing they could rely on was the dragon clan's own strength and techniques. He was about to break through to become an ancient dragon, so how could he be afraid of Yang Kai, who was just a grand dragon of around 35,000 meters? Since Yang Kai ignored his warnings, this time he would teach the former a good lesson. It was also a chance to avenge his previous shame. Whether Ji Laro-san would kill Yang Kai remained to be seen, as that would depend on the latter's attitude. If Yang Kai begged for mercy, he would consider being merciful and let him live. With many thoughts passing through his mind, Ji Laro-san opened his maw **who**. A dragon roar suddenly filled the surroundings with intense dragon pressure. Ji Laro-san's huge figure froze in place, and the roar he was about to unleash caught in his throat. The dragon roar just now was not Ji Laro-san's, but Yang Kai's. The dragon pressure suppression was incredible, and Yang Kai had not held back. Since Ji Laro-san blocked his way, he immediately opened his mouth and roared, unleashing the might of his source to cut through the latter's dragon pressure. The next moment, Ji Laro-san watched helplessly as Yang Kai's claw slapped his face. He took the full force of the immense power and his whole body was sent tumbling into the distance. He hissed painfully as dragon blood blurred his vision. Ji Laro-san even felt his nose had collapsed. "That bastard is really brutal," he snarled. Meanwhile, the golden dragon had already swam deeper into the dragon pool, with only a faint golden glow looming in the depths. The faint golden glow soon disappeared as it was too dark to be seen. Ji Laro-san froze in place and had no intention of pursuing. He also appeared stunned and uncertain of what he should do. A pure-blooded dragon clan member, who was about to break through to become an ancient dragon, was smacked aside by a grand dragon who was only 35,000 meters in length, and was also a human. No one in the clan would believe such an encounter, but it was the truth. Ji Laro-san still could not figure out why he lost to Yang Kai the last time they fought. However, the reason for his defeat just now was obvious and undeniable. He realized that Yang Kai's dragon pressure was much stronger than his own, to the point where he was frozen in place by the bloodline suppression. If that was not the case, it would have been impossible for him to not fight back when he was more than 10,000 meters bigger. Ji Laro-san was shocked when he came to this realization. He was about to advance to become an ancient dragon, so the only ones that could exert total bloodline suppression against him were the pure-blooded ancient dragons in his clan. But what was Yang Kai? He was a human, so even if he had the coincidental opportunity to refine and integrate with a dragon source, that did not change his original nature. So, how could he exert such potent bloodline suppression? There was only one explanation for this situation. The source that Yang Kai refined was extraordinarily powerful. Even if the original owner had died, the innate strength of the source did not weaken much. The only possibility was that Yang Kai's source was a remnant of a powerful ancestor of the dragon clan. An ancient dragon source? No, that wouldn't be enough. Could it be a divine dragon source? Ji Laro-san shuddered at the thought. Could the source that this human had refined be a legendary source of the dragon clan? If so, it was understandable that he was not Yang Kai's opponent. It was also no wonder that Yang Kai could reach this deep without the other grand dragons stopping him. Even Ji Laro-san was no match for him, let alone other grand dragons who were not as powerful as him. The biggest clue as to Yang Kai's source's origin was his dragon form, golden in color. Golden dragons were very rare in the dragon clan, and only 2 or 3 golden dragon sources had been lost throughout history, with one in particular being of special importance. This is something big. Ji Laro-san's heart began to pound. Although he was only a grand dragon, he knew how much effort the dragon clan had spent searching for that lost source. Unfortunately, they could not find anything after countless years and had to finally give up the search. Unexpectedly, that source had returned, refined by a human. If he was not in the dragon pool, Ji Laro-san would have gone to report this to the elders immediately. Now that the dragon pool was sealed though, it would be years before it opened again. He suppressed his multitude of thoughts and comforted himself. If Yang Kai really had that source, then it only made sense that he was no match for him. He felt much better when he thought about it this way. Yang Kai smacked him, moved on, and did not seize his territory. That alone was a blessing in disguise. Without wasting any more thought on this, Ji Laro-san quickly focused on refining the dragon pool's power. He was just one step away from becoming an ancient dragon, so he could definitely succeed during this training session. It would not be too late to seek revenge against that hateful human after he advanced to become an ancient dragon. It was impossible for a 35,000 meters dragon to achieve a breakthrough in just a few years by absorbing the benefits of the dragon pool. When the dragon pool opened once again in a few years, he would be an ancient dragon and that human would still be a grand dragon. Even though Yang Kai's source was powerful, Ji Laro-san would no longer be suppressed so easily. He could then settle their accounts. What was that human's old adage? Yes, 10 years is not too long for a gentleman to seek revenge. Yang Kai stopped when he was 500,000 meters away from Ji Laro-san. At this position, he began to feel a trace of pressure not from his body, but from his dragon vein. The further down the dragon pool one dove, the denser the ambient power, so this position was 100 times better than the top 10,000 meters he was originally granted. However, each dragon clan member had their own limit. That was why the 3 young dragons and 10 grand dragons occupied different positions to cultivate based on their own strength. This location was the limit for young Kai, as he could feel that if he were to go further down, not only would he not be able to get more benefits, it would probably be detrimental to him. Upon realizing this, young Kai decided not to dive any deeper. He allowed his body to float in the pool of water while he activated his golden divine dragon source, devouring and refining the power contained in the dragon pool. All of a sudden, the dragon veins in his body throbbed and dragon blood flowed through his veins like numerous raging rivers were connected to it. Invisible power was absorbed into his body and integrated into his blood to refine the power of his dragon bloodline. The tingling sensations came again, and young Kai instantly felt like a million ants were gnawing on his body from the inside, drawing a roar of agony from his mouth. When he first entered the dragon pool, young Kai tried to devour the dragon pool's power to refine his bloodline, and although he got some benefits, those were only superficial. Moreover, the power at the top of the dragon pool was not very dense. Now that he had descended more than 1.5 million meters into the dragon pool, where the power was 100 times denser than at the top, the benefits gained were not the same. Young Kai looked forward to it eagerly as he wondered just how far his dragon bloodline would be refined after he finished cultivating in the dragon pool. An ancient dragon was equivalent to an 8th order open heaven realm master. Young Kai was not a pureblood dragon clan member and could not exert the full power of an ancient dragon, but even so, he would still attain an immense increase in strength if he reached that level. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao considered that the crusade was dangerous and young Kai's 7th order cultivation may not be enough for him to protect himself. Thus, she along with the other old ancestors struck a deal to allow him to come to the dragon pool to enhance his strength. If he could advance to become an ancient dragon, then young Kai's ability to protect himself during the crusade would be greatly increased. Young Kai didn't know what price the human race paid to get him into the dragon pool, and the dragon clan did not mention it, so he didn't bother to ask. Since the price was already paid, he certainly had to make sure he got their money's worth. This trip was for him to improve his bloodline as much as possible to become as strong as he could. After gradually getting used to the gnawing sensations, young Kai immediately activated the Great Sun Mark and Great Moon Mark on his 2 dragon claws. Generally, when the dragons entered the dragon pool, they would do everything they could to devour and refine the mysterious power in the water. They would activate their own dragon source and use it to draw in and refine the power of dragon pool. That was the only way for them to strengthen themselves. However, young Kai was different. The Great Sun Mark and the Great Moon Mark could not only draw out the pure power in the yellow and blue crystal, it was also capable drawing in the power of the dragon pool. As soon as the 2 great marks appeared, young Kai's 2 dragon claws instantly turned into 2 black holes and the rich dragon pool power flowed into his body and was devoured by him. Instantly, young Kai's complexion changed dramatically. The power absorbed by the Great Sun and Great Moon marks was so immense that he could not endure it. His grand dragon body began to break open with countless wounds out of which his dragon blood spurted. It was no wonder that the dragon clan members cultivated in the dragon pool at positions according to their own limits. Although the dragon pool power was beneficial to them, absorbing too much was counterproductive. If young Kai continued to devour the power of the dragon pool in this manner, in less than half an hour, his own source would not be able to endure it. He was secretly glad that he did not dive any deeper. He was about to stop when young Kai's expression suddenly changed again. The power of the burning light and serene glimmer, dormant in young Kai's body, suddenly roared to life. Previously, when he tried it at the top of Dragon Pool, the power of Dragon Pool was not too strong, and it was well within young Kai's tolerance. Thus, he did not feel anything strange as his bloodline improved extremely quickly. Now that the Dragon Pool power he had swallowed exceeded his limits, the effect of the burning light and serene glimmer's power suddenly became obvious. When these 2 powers revived in his body, the intersection of yin and yang seemed to turn into an invisible millstone that began to swiftly and effectively grind and refine the dragon pool power he had devoured into his body. Marshall Peak, Chapter 53:15, Why So Thin? In an instant, Yang Kai felt a great reduction in the pressure. The uncomfortable feeling immediately eased and was replaced by an incomparable sense of comfort. His dragon bones emitted a cracking sound. Naturally, when his dragon form was growing, his skin would begin to crack and his dragon scales begin to tremble continuously. However, he did not feel any pain. There were only tingling sensations as his wounds cycled between opening and healing. Yang Kai suddenly had an epiphany. When Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan gifted some of their power to him, they had already considered a situation such as this. Perhaps it was obvious to them that Yang Kai would come to the dragon pool one day. When that happened, the benefits they gave him would be revealed to the fullest. The power of yin and yang converged in his body, and the invisible millstone continued to grind. The immense power of the dragon pool was quickly turned into pure nutrients for Yang Kai's bloodline. In just a stick of incense of time, Yang Kai felt his own dragon form increase by about 100 meters. This increase was extremely alarming. The stronger the dragon clan member, the more difficult it was to enhance their bloodline. Although Yang Kai already some 35,000 meters in length, his bloodline still had huge room for improvement. Without some external help, just cultivating on his own, an increase of 100 meters would normally take at least several dozens of years for a dragon. This was also the reason why Yang Kai hardly deliberately aimed to cultivate his dragon clan bloodline, because it was simply too time-consuming. Dragons all had extremely long lifespans, and since they guarded the no-return pass all year round, hardly facing any attacks, there was enough time for them to focus on such things. It was something they could afford to do while Yang Kai could not. Previously, at the top of Dragon Pool, Yang Kai also activated the Great Sun and Moon marks to draw in the power of Dragon Pool, but in that position, more than an hour had passed before his dragon form increased by a mere 20 meters, which was not comparable to the current efficiency. This was the great benefit that the Dragon Pool could bring. The rapid strengthening of his bloodline meant an increase in strength. The feeling was so intoxicating that Yang Kai soon immersed himself entirely in it, hungrily devouring the power of the dragon pool around him. Dragon Clan had 3 families: Ji, Zhu, and Fu. The Dragon Clan did not have a surname in the beginning, but as the leaders of all divine spirits, from some unknown era onward, the Dragon Clan began to have its own surnames. Zhu Wuyu was one of the few young dragons of this generation of Dragon Clan. Although he was considered a young dragon, the truth was he was already several hundred years old. A dragon's growth was extremely slow, after all. He was only 7,000 meters long and was considered the youngest of the entire Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan actively supported the cultivation of all young dragons. After all, it was very difficult for the Dragon Clan to reproduce, and any pure-blooded clansman was extremely precious. In fact, not only the Dragon Clan, but all divine spirits had difficulty reproducing. It was very common for countless years to pass without the birth of a new clansman. It was still bearable for the Dragon Clan as they could get a new clansman in the span of hundreds or thousands of years. Some divine spirit clans completely withered as they could not give birth to new life even in hundreds of thousands of years. This could be the will of the heavenly way to achieve some kind of balance. After all, any divine spirit would eventually grow to be extremely powerful as time passed. As one of the only 3 young dragons in the clan today, Zhu Wuyu was naturally qualified to enter the dragon pool to cultivate. The last time the dragon pool was opened was before he was born, so he did not have that opportunity. Thus, this was his first time entering the dragon pool to cultivate. Although it was his first time entering the dragon pool, there was no need for any guidance as he was a pureblood Dragon Clan member. His bloodline inheritance was enough for him to easily understand everything about the dragon pool. Zhu Wuyu was cultivating at the uppermost 10,000 meters of the dragon pool. As he activated his source, he absorbed and devoured the mysterious power in the dragon pool. He purified his bloodline and repaired the wounds on his body. In order to occupy a deeper position, he fought his own clansmen fiercely. However, he lost in the end. As the loser, he had to retreat to a higher position. This was an established rule of the Dragon Clan. There was no shame in his defeat, as his opponent's bloodline was a little stronger than his, and more importantly, his opponent was much older and experienced. Still, while devouring and refining the dragon pool power and silently licking his wounds, Zhu Wuyu was still sore about the defeat. When his injuries healed and his bloodline became stronger, he would go and fight with that young dragon again, determined to snatch a better position. Although the clan elders were generous in facilitating the young dragon's cultivation, when in the dragon pool, they had to rely on themselves to fight for benefits. Half a month passed by, but as Zhu Wuyu was silently cultivating, he suddenly opened his eyes. He felt that something was strange as he looked around, like his surroundings had somehow changed. After a few moments of careful observation, Zhu Wuyu finally realized what was wrong. The dragon pool power had become incredibly weak at his location. What is happening? Zhu Wuyu began to worry. His position was bad enough to begin with, and now the dragon pool power had become incredibly thinner. How could he refine his bloodline properly in this scenario? Was the stored power in the dragon pool too weak when it opened? I've only been cultivating for half a month. Could I have already absorbed almost all of the power within the top 10,000 meters? He originally thought that he would be able to advance this time. After all, his more than 7,000 meters long dragon body was not too far from becoming a grand dragon. One trip to the dragon pool to cultivate should be enough for a breakthrough. However, if the dragon pool power was too thin, then it was not possible for him to achieve a breakthrough. After taking a closer look at himself, he realized that his dragon form had increased by more than 100 meters in this half a month of cultivating. This was acceptable as he could cultivate in the dragon pool for several years this time. However, now that the dragon pool power had become so thin, it would be extremely difficult to further improve and grow. After pondering for a while, Zhu Wuyu swam down. Since his own region did not have enough dragon pool power, he could only rob others of it. He knew that he would have had to do this at some point, but he did not expect it to be so soon. A short while later, at 10,000 meters down, he heard a roar. Zhu Wuyu, you caught death. Zhu Wuyu coldly snorted and snapped back, enough nonsense. The last time I was careless, but this time I'll show you what I'm capable of. Amid the roars, the two young dragons, one around 7,000 and the other around 8,000 meters long, entangled and began to claw at and bite each other. The fight was vicious and bloody. In the dragon pool, no external powers could be utilized. The dragon clan could only rely on their own skills. The Tao of Time was a dragon clan's bloodline talent, but the two young dragons were not qualified to utilize this power. During their fight, they could only pit their physical strength against the other. From time to time, they might use their dragon clan secret techniques, but for the most part it was just a brutal melee. This battle lasted for half a month, and both young dragons were now badly injured. A large portion of the dragon scales on Zhu Wuyu's head were torn off, exposing bloody wounds. Zhu Wuyu's opponent, Fu Qian's abdomen had a wound of more than several tens of meters long. It even exposed his squirming internal organs. Fu Qian looked at Zhu Wuyu in disbelief, not knowing why he was so desperate to fight for this place. When the dragon clan members entered the dragon pool, they naturally had to fight for better territory. However, the fights weren't life or death struggles. After all, the dragon pool was meant to cultivate in and for them to get stronger. The stronger one would keep the better position while the weaker one would retreat. That was the rule of cultivating in the dragon pool. When he first entered dragon pool, Fu Qian fought with Zhu Wuyu, and came out the winner. As such, he remained at the deeper position while Zhu Wuyu swam up. Half a month later, Zhu Wuyu came to challenge him again, which surprised Fu Qian. Since he had already defeated Zhu Wuyu once though, he was unafraid. Still, their battle this time was different. Zhu Wuyu was much fiercer, to the point where he seemed almost desperate. It was as if he was willing to fight to the bitter end, proof of which was that Zhu Wuyu did not retreat even after battling for half a month. Fu Qian was extremely annoyed. The dragon pool was only open for a short period, so any time spent on fighting was taken away from cultivating. What Zhu Wuyu was doing was completely detrimental to both of them. Zhu Wuyu, have you gone insane? Fu Qian asked in frustration. He had acted according to the rules and did not offend him, so why was he so determined? Zhu Wuyu raised his head and declared arrogantly, "Cut the crap. If you think that you're not my opponent, then go up, this place belongs to me." Fu Qian was furious, outrageous. Since you refuse a toast, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Come. And so, the two dragons began their fight again after the brief exchange. However, this time, it only took around 2 days before the injured young dragons suddenly separated, both of them now looking around in all directions. After a few moments, Fu Qian looked over and remarked, "What's going on? Why has the dragon pool power become so weak?" He could sense that the dragon pool power contained in the water had become so thin that it was no longer useful for him to cultivate. Zhu Wuyu said, "Ha! You feel it too, right?" Fu Qian suddenly realized, the dragon pool power above somehow got depleted, so you came down here to steal from my territory? Zhu Wuyu was not his match, yet he kept desperately fighting for this position. There had to be a reason, and Fu Qian knew what it was. Zhu Wuyu grunted and replied, "Do you think I have nothing better to do?" Fu Qian became even more annoyed with this confirmation. This bastard ran out of dragon pool power and came to rob from him. Now both of their positions were depleted of power. Still, why is the dragon pool power so weak? Fu Qian wondered as he suppressed his anger. The dragon pool power was naturally not unlimited. If it was, then a dragon clan members could all just live in the dragon pool all year round, and sooner or later they would all become ancient dragons. Each time the dragon pool closed after being used, it would take hundreds to thousands of years to reopen again. That was because the dragon pool required time to restore its power. When the power of the dragon pool was basically fully restored, it would reopen. Thus, there was no fixed duration to the time between its closure and the next opening. It all depended on how long the dragon pool needed to restore itself. However, generally speaking, the time between openings did not differ much, and it happened sufficiently frequently to meet the needs of the dragon clan. This time, something was clearly different. Zhu Wuyu was now in a much better mood, as he was not the only one who encountered this anomaly. Who knows? Maybe there was too much consumption last time. Fu Qian shook his head. If it really was due to the dragon pool being depleted too much during the last opening, then the elders would definitely have delayed the opening of the dragon pool. Now that the dragon pool had been opened, it meant that the power of dragon pool was enough to meet the needs of the dragon clan members who entered. It did not make sense for the power to be used up so soon. However, right now, it was a fact that the dragon pool power was so thin in Fu Qian's territory, while it must be the same for Zhu Wuyu. What should they do now? Marshall Peak, Chapter 53:16, Three Little Brats. When Fu Qian was at a loss, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Zhu Wuyu's eyes wandering around, looking down into the depths every now and then. Fu Qian was shocked and asked, "Zhu Wuyu, what do you intend to do?" Zhu Wuyu glanced at him and said with a snort, "You clearly know the answer to that." Fu Qian frowned and then whispered, "Big Brother Ji is not to be messed with." There were a total of 3 young dragons in this generation of dragon clan. The Ji family young dragon was the oldest and had the longest dragon body, so he was the strongest. Only the 2 of them addressed him as Big Brother Ji, so it did not mean that he was the strongest within the Ji family. For instance, Ji Laro-san was about to break through to become an ancient dragon. They grew up in a different era, so each generation of the dragon clan addressed each other differently. Big Brother Ji was a young dragon who had already exceeded the 9,000 meters mark, unlike the 2 of them who were still some ways away from their breakthrough. When they entered the dragon pool this time, neither Zhu Wuyu nor Fu Qian had the intention to compete with Big Brother Ji. They knew that they were not his match and could not compete for his territory. However, now they might not have a choice but to fight. If they did not compete for a better territory with stronger dragon pool power, how could they train and improve their strength? Thus, one look at Zhu Wuyu's wandering eyes and Fu Qian knew what he was thinking. Zhu Wuyu followed up, "I know that Big Brother Ji's is more than 9,000 meters and just 1 step away from becoming a grand dragon, but although neither of us are his match and even if we join forces we probably won't win, how can we not try to fight for his territory under the current circumstances?" Fu Qian could not help but shrug and asked, "Aren't you afraid that Big Brother Ji will beat you to death?" Zhu Wuyu replied, "Needless to say, I am expecting serious injuries. As long as the fight does not kill me though, I will be able to carve out some space to gain some benefits." This was what he did previously, while fighting with Fu Qian, as he was refining and devouring the dragon pool power around them the whole time. Although he was injured and scarred during the half a month of fighting, he managed to refine a lot of dragon pool power, which was then used to refine his dragon vein. Zhu Wuyu knew he really was not Big Brother Ji's match, so his intention was not to drive the latter away. As he said, as long as Big Brother Ji did not kill him, he could always reap some benefits. It was better than waiting up here with nothing to gain. With his mind made up, Zhu Wuyu swooped down with a shake of his tail. "You're really going?" Fu Qian was shocked that Zhu Wuyu was acting so bold. Zhu Wuyu coldly snorted and said, "To the brave go the spoils. Stay up there if you're too scared." Fu Qian hesitated and remained where he was, but a short while later, he gritted his teeth and chased after Zhu Wuyu. As Zhu Wuyu said, the power of the dragon pool in his territory was already very thin, thus, there was no point in staying here. He had to go to compete for a better territory. Perhaps he could even take advantage of this dragon pool contest to advance to become a grand dragon. Moments later, Big Brother Ji roared angrily, "You gave you the guts to come down here. You caught death." Dragon pressure pulsed through the area as dragon force stirred. Zhu Wuyu and Fu Qian joined forces to battle Big Brother Ji. It was 2 against 1, but they were still no match for the latter and were beaten to a pulp. However, the 2 dragons were determined not to retreat, and as they were being beaten, they continued frantically devouring and refining the power of the dragon pool around them. Big Brother Ji was furious and his attacks became increasingly ruthless. After about half a month of fighting, the 3 young dragons were now locked in a 3-way standoff, each of them looking at the others from a short distance. Big Brother Ji was apoplectic and his eyes were shooting daggers. He was ready to devour and rip apart the both of them. Zhu Wuyu grinned and tried to appease him. "Big Brother Ji, please don't be angry. I did not want to come here, but Fu Qian enticed me to come down with him to nibble some of the dragon power here. I could not resist the temptation and followed along with him. Now that you've beaten me until I can hardly open my eyes, I hope that you're done venting your anger." Fu Qian was stunned and turned his head to look at Zhu Wuyu as he said angrily, "What are you talking about? You were the one who—" Zhu Wuyu snorted as he snapped back, "What? Didn't I say that Big Brother Ji is not to be messed with? Yet you want to come to disturb him. Look at how messed up you are now. If you go out of the dragon pool, even your parents won't be able to recognize you." Fu Qian was dumbfounded. "Well, let's not talk about the past since what was done cannot be undone. Now that the power of the dragon pool in Big Brother Ji's territory is almost depleted, we have no reason to fight anymore," Zhu Wuyu shouted coldly. Fu Qian's eyes rolled scornfully and was dumbfounded. Previously, he had the impression that Zhu Wuyu was despicable, but now he knew that he was also shameless. Zhu Wuyu turned his head to look at Big Brother Ji and asked, "Now what do we do? Do we wait for the dragon pool to open again and go back in disgrace?" Big Brother Ji was furious and did not know how to vent his anger. If possible, he really wanted to hammer these 2 to death. However, as Zhu Wuyu said, now that his dragon pool power was almost depleted, there was no point in fighting any longer. The current dragon pool session was an opportunity. With his more than 9,000 meters long dragon form, he could easily be promoted to become a grand dragon. However, he still had a way to go until he broke through. It was not that easy to advance without the help of sufficient dragon pool power. It would be embarrassing if he did not advance to become a grand dragon when the dragon pool reopened. He was the only young dragon who was expected to advance, unlike Zhu Wuyu and Fu Qian. "What are you trying to say?" Big Brother Ji snarled through gritted teeth and restrained his anger. Zhu Wuyu scoffed and said, "Since we're in this situation, as the humans say, in for a penny, in for a pound." Zhu Wuyu's eyes then glanced downward. Fu Qian went pale as he stuttered, Why you?" Previously, when Zhu Wuyu proposed stealing some of Big Brother Ji's dragon pool power, Fu Qian already felt that he was too outrageous. Now it was even more excessive that he was considering competing with the grand dragons below. Those were grand dragons. How could they even hold back their wrath when 3 young dragons intruded into their territory? "Shut up!" Zhu Wuyu shouted with utter contempt. "What a coward!" Fu Qian almost choked to death. When Big Brother G did not say a word, Zhu Wuyu was disappointed and sighed as he lamented, "For generations, our dragon clan has constantly guarded the no-return pass. It sounds honorable, but at some point it seems we lost our courage. Now, we dare not even compete in a fight. Sigh, I guess I will just go back to my own territory and have a good sleep and wait for the dragon pool to open again. I am the weakest among us, so it's fine for me not to become a grand dragon this time. But, Big Brother G, if you are not going to become a grand dragon this time, then I'm afraid you'll ultimately be punished." Big Brother G muttered, "Stop taunting me." Zhu Wuyu chuckled, "How dare I? Big Brother G is the leading figure of our generation. Fu Qian and I have always taken you as a role model, right?" Fu Qian was confused for a moment. Zhu Wuyu cursed in his heart. This moron was truly incompetent when it came to using his head. Zhu Wuyu brushed Fu Qian aside and said, "There is not much time left in this opening of the dragon pool. Our advancement has been very slow. If we don't think of a way forward, we will stagnate as we are. I don't know about you guys, but I refuse to accept this situation. Big Brother G, as long as you say the word, I, Zhu Wuyu, will fight with you. At the very least, I'll lead the charge against the Grand Dragon below. In any case, they were all going to become punching bags, so it really made no difference who was beaten up first and who was last. At least, if they went together, they could share the beatings. Going alone would be disastrous. Regardless, he had to drag Big Brother G and Fu Qian along. When the Grand Dragon below wanted to punish them, as the weakest dragon clansman among them, his share of responsibility should be limited. "You're willing to take the first blow?" Big Brother G looked at Zhu Wuyu in surprise. Zhu Wuyu appeared like he was suicidal and yelled confidently, "I'll take the opening blow." On seeing that he was so determined, Big Brother G nodded satisfactorily and said, "Good, let's head down then." Fu Qian suddenly came to his senses and shouted, "Wait. Setting aside the fact that there are grand dragons down there, the three of us are only young dragons. We may not be able to withstand the pressure below." Zhu Wuyu looked at him with frustration and yelled, "Are you stupid? The dragon pool power above us is so weak, so how dense can it be below? Yes, in the past, we could not handle the intensity at those depths, but now it is different." Fu Qian thought about it and admitted, "You have a point." Zhu Wuyu braced up and said, "Then let's do it." Big Brother G and Fu Qian looked at each other and both nodded their heads. "Let's go." Zhu Wuyu did not hesitate, and with a flip of his dragon tail, he swam deeper down. A short while later, a grand dragon roared, "Three little brats. You've got some nerve coming down here." Zhu Wuyu immediately screamed and shirked the responsibility. "Big Brother G brought us here, third uncle. Don't hit my eyes, I can't see." Big Brother G was immediately offered up as a sacrifice. These three young dragons had very little experience with the dragon pool, so although they could clearly sense the reduction of the dragon pool power, they all thought that it was due to the lack of power stored in dragon pool itself. It was different for the grand dragons. Some of them had come to dragon pool multiple times, and although there was always some difference in the stored power in the past, the difference was usually not significant. This time was different. The power in the dragon pool was decreasing at a terrifying rate, and a few grand dragons with great strength could even clearly perceive that there was an invisible force deep below that was pulling in and devouring the mysterious power. The dragon pool power was weakening at an incredible rate from top to bottom. As a result, the dragon pool power at the respective dragon clan members' territories was rapidly depleting. When the dragon pool power weakened, the dragons could not get the necessary benefits and could only dive deeper down to fight for and snatch new territories. Initially, Zhu Wuyu went to grab Fu Qian's territory. Then the two young dragons joined forces to grab Big Brother G's territory. Now the three young dragons came to challenge a grand dragon for his territory. Now, 3 months later, the team has expanded to 2 grand dragons and 3 young dragons. Zhu Wuyu was now very happy. At this point, he would no longer be beaten up when they challenged another grand dragon for space in their territory. While the seniors fought, he only needed to observe from far away and take the opportunity to refine the dragon pool power. Indeed, the further they went down, the stronger the dragon pool power became, but unfortunately it did not last long before it ran out. Since ancient times, no young dragon had ever descended more than 100,000 meters into the dragon pool. However, this time, these 3 young dragons vastly exceeded this feat. In a span of just 3 months, Zhu Wuyu and Fu Qian's dragon forms had increased several hundred meters in length, and Big Brother Ji was about to break through to become a grand dragon. They were only young dragons with huge room for improvement, so although they were only following behind their seniors, their growth was very obvious. Zhu Wuyu silently pondered. With such a rate of improvement, he now stood a good chance of becoming a grand dragon during this dragon pool cultivation session. Looking at the seniors who were now fighting, Zhu Wuyu grinned sinisterly. Fight, keep fighting. Fight so that we, the young dragons, can continue to reap the benefit. Martial Peak, Chapter 53:17, Ancient Dragon Vein Tempering Art. As the Dragon Clan's members above fought fiercely, young Kai was hungrily devouring the power of the dragon pool and tempering his dragon vein at a depth of more than 1 million meters. He had grown tremendously. When he entered dragon pool, his body was roughly 35,000 meters. Now, after only half a year, he had almost reached the limit of a grand dragon. He was just one step away from reaching 50,000 meters and becoming an ancient dragon. In half a year, his dragon form had increased by 15,000 meters. That meant that he had grown 2,500 meters per month, or around 80 meters every day on average. Of course, the longer he grew, the slower his rate of growth. Initially, young Kai could grow close to 100 meters in a day, but now, he was not growing as quickly. It was not easy for him to become an ancient dragon. In fact, young Kai had stagnated for more than 10 days now. He had reached a bottleneck. Young Kai did not have any issues when he advanced from a young dragon to a grand dragon. However, now he felt resistance when he sought to advance from a grand dragon to an ancient dragon. In fact, any dragon's breakthrough to the realm of ancient dragon was a big hurdle and was often accomplished by using a special secret technique. This was not part of a bloodline inheritance though, but was instead developed through Dragon Clan's own research over the generations. For a pureblood Dragon Clan member, when he or she was ready to advance to become an ancient dragon, the Dragon Clan's elders would teach them this secret technique. Just like Ji Laro-san, who was about to break through to become an ancient dragon, he was taught this method by the ancient dragons of the Ji family before he entered the dragon pool. However, young Kai did not have this opportunity. No one taught him how to achieve the breakthrough. After arriving at the no-return pass, while the Phoenix Clan was willing to interact with him somewhat, the Dragon Clan totally ignored him. Needless to say, they did not share with him the typical breakthrough method. Young Kai also realized the problem when he went 10 days without any progress. Although he was still devouring the dragon pool power, it was not much help to him like before. Previously, every drop of dragon pool power was able to refine and enhance his bloodline and dragon vein such that he became more powerful. He did not know how long the dragon pool would remain open this time, but it certainly would not be too long. If he does not become an ancient dragon by the time it closed, then he would be disappointing old ancestor Xiao Xiao and the other human masters who obtained this opportunity for him. This was the first time young Kai encountered such a situation, so he had no clues about how to deal with it. Looking around, young Kai grit his teeth and swam deeper into the dragon pool. 6 months ago, this was the limit of his bloodline and dragon vein. Over the past 6 months, his dragon form had increased by 15,000 meters, and his dragon vein had improved tremendously. Thus, this depth was no longer the limiting factor. Now, he was qualified to go deeper. Young Kai's thought process was very simple. Since his dragon vein had reached a bottleneck, then he needed to use a lot of energy to overcome it. As long as he had sufficient energy, he would be able to achieve a breakthrough. After diving several hundreds of thousands of meters, young Kai felt like he had reached his limit once again. However, this time he did not stop and instead continued to descend. Since he decided to accumulate more power to force a breakthrough, he had to go deeper. After all, the dragon pool power was naturally denser at the deeper depths. Only after diving another 1,000,000 meters did he finally stop. This is about right. At this point, young Kai felt a huge pressure on his dragon vein. Any further down and he would be courting death rather than seeking a breakthrough. The surrounding dragon pool power was incredibly dense, more than 10 times what it had been at his previous position. It would not make sense if he could not break through to become an ancient dragon here. Yang Kai composed himself and then activated the great sun and moon marks on his dragon claws. Instantly, the rich power of the dragon pool surged into his body. Yang Kai's dragon eyes instantly rolled backward as he felt as though he had severely overeaten. He felt extremely uncomfortable and nauseous. However, he did not stop and instead urged the great sun mark and great moon mark to continue drawing in the ambient power. As before, when stimulated by this immense influx, the dormant power of the burning light and serene glimmer awaked. The power of yin and yang converged, turning it into an invisible millstone, grinding the incoming dragon pool power so that it was softer and easier to absorb. Earlier, with the help of this power, Yang Kai was able to refine the dragon pool power easily without feeling too much pressure. But not anymore. Even with the power of Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan helping him, the huge dragon pool power began to accumulate in his body, causing his blood to run wild and his dragon vein to pound. Pain ripped through all parts of his body, and the place where Yang Kai hovered instantly glowed a bright golden color. The dragon pool water around him became tainted with dragon blood as Yang Kai could feel his own skin cracking. The power accumulated in his body was too much, and he was unable to refine and absorb it fast enough, so he ended up wounding himself. Yang Kai clenched his teeth and held on, letting his dragon blood spurt out. Under the intense pain, his dragon scales almost stood on end while trembling. However, at this moment, his dragon vein was like a sealed funnel. No matter how much dragon pool power was swallowed and refined, he could not absorb any of it. If his dragon vein could not absorb the power, it meant that he could not strengthen it and he could not advance to become an ancient dragon. Yang Kai did not care though, as he firmly believed that as long as he persisted, there would be a moment when this situation would change. Just as Yang Kai activated the great sun and moon marks, in the madness of devouring the power of dragon pool, a pair of giant eyes opened 1,000,000 meters below and looked upward. Previously, when Yang Kai was devouring the dragon pool's power 2,000,000 meters above, the being below did not feel anything. However, now that Yang Kai was only 1,000,000 meters away, he was able to perceive the disturbance in the dragon pool. Since the isolation power of the dragon pool was very strong. Even though this being could only vaguely perceive something was happening, it couldn't really tell what was happening. It took a few moments of silent observation before the beast with the giant eyes frowned and muttered, "What reckless idiot is trying to use the ancient dragon vein tempering art?" It was not that the ancient dragon vein tempering art could not help one achieve a breakthrough, it was just too difficult and the requirements for success were prohibitively high. Special means must be used to absorb the huge dragon pool power, and the whole refining process was also extremely dangerous. The slightest mistake could result in one's dragon vein being destroyed. In ancient times, the dragon clan did utilize this method to refine their dragon vein to achieve breakthroughs and strengthen themselves. However, in those days, there were too many dragons who failed. Failure meant that their foundation was severely damaged. It would take hundreds to thousands of years in order to recover from such damage, if it was even possible. In serious cases, the dragon's death was even possible. This resulted in many in the dragon clan falling. The dragon clan was already scarce in numbers, thus, they could not accept such risks. Therefore, the masters of the dragon clan spent a lot of effort to develop a set of secret techniques specifically for breaking through. After generations of improvements, this secret technique was now all but perfected. With this secret technique to use during the breakthrough to the realm of ancient dragon, although it was much slower than the ancient method, and the process was not as efficient, it was a lot safer. At least, when the breakthrough failed, the dragon clan member could try again. It had been many generations since someone from the dragon clan last used the ancient method to break through. But now, someone had appeared and was trying to do exactly that. Although he also appreciated the determination of this junior, the dragon clan did not approve of this method. Members of the dragon clan had long lifespans, but they were few in number. There was no shame in taking the safe path and avoiding unnecessary risks when time was not a concern. Now that this junior had chosen to use the ancient dragon vein tempering art, the being in the depths could not stop him, nor could he offer any assistance. It would be impressive if this junior could use the ancient method to advance and become an ancient dragon, but if not, it was his own choice and no one else was to blame. The only thing the being in the depths really cared about was that this junior was making a lot of noise. He did not know what method was being used to draw in the power of the dragon pool, but even from 1,000,000 meters below he had noticed. He was thankful that his cultivation was not at a critical juncture, otherwise he would have been disturbed by that junior. The beast with the giant eyes pondered for a moment before he dove deeper down until he could no longer feel the disturbances above him. He then stopped and resumed his meditation. Yang Kai's dragon eyes continued to ooze blood, looking extremely appalling, as the golden light around him bloomed to the extreme. He was suffering from intense physical pain, which would have been bearable if that was all. However, his restorative ability was incredibly strong, and after his physique was torn apart, it began to heal and would then be torn yet again. And so, the process repeated itself over and over again. Yang Kai felt like he was being subjected to the cruelest torture. The so-called death by 1,000 cuts could never be compared to his current situation. However, it still wasn't enough. Several days of persistence with intense sufferings did not yield the slightest progress. He was now out of ideas and furious. He was furious because he did not know how long he had to suffer and endure. He was also angry because if someone from the dragon clan could advance to become an ancient dragon, there was no reason he could not achieve a breakthrough. Although he was a human, his source was no worse than any others in the dragon clan. With bloodshot eyes, Yang Kai gritted his teeth and descended more than 100,000 meters further. During this time, the great sun and moon marks continued to draw in the power of Dragon Pool. Simultaneously, the yin-yang millstone continued to grind and refine this power to nourish his body. The unbearable pain pushed Yang Kai almost to madness. Yet, he had no intention of stopping. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao's concern was reasonable. The human race's crusade would certainly be dangerous, so Yang Kai's 7th Order open heaven realm cultivation might not be able to protect himself. It was difficult for him to improve his strength within his current order in such a short period. Thus, the only option was to strengthen his dragon vein. Now that he had this opportunity, he could not let it go to waste. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai gritted his teeth and persevered. At one point, he could not hold back anymore and roared. While he was in intense pain, the battle of the dragon clan members above him had almost ended. The 3 young dragons and a few grand dragons were all badly mauled. One of the grand dragons was particularly angry and gritted his teeth as he roared, "You bastard!" In the past, although there were dragons fighting for territory in the dragon pool, they basically only sparred against each other. Whoever was strongest stayed and whoever was weakest retreated. This time, he was quietly cultivating in his own territory, but several grand dragons and 3 young dragons suddenly came at him. He was alone, so how could he fight off so many enemies at once? Even when he valiantly resisted, he was beaten to the point where his dragon scales were sent flying and dragon blood spattered all about. As he spoke, he glared viciously at the 3 young dragons and snarled, "Never mind that the grand dragons came to fight for territory, what are you 3 young dragons doing here?" Zhu Wuyu and the other 2 young dragons were startled when questioned by this grand dragon. Their 13th uncle was not known for his graciousness, so he might shift all the blame back to them. Naturally, the 3 young dragons felt a bit remorseful, but they had little choice as the situation had forced them to follow the seniors down the dragon pool to fight. Otherwise, they could not obtain any benefits at their original depths. Marshall Peak, Chapter 53:18, Naked. In the silence, a grand dragon sighed as he explained, "Sha-Liu, we can't help it. The power of the dragon pool above has been depleted, so there was no way for us to cultivate." Fu Sha-Liu shouted angrily, "So you came down here to rob from me?" Another grand dragon said, "That has been the rule of the dragon pool since ancient times, what do you have to complain about?" Fu Sha-Liu glared viciously at the grand dragon who spoke second. He really could not complain when his other clansmen were competing for his territory. However, they came as a group to fight him for his territory, which was why he was so angry. There was no point in dwelling on this subject now, though, as the dragon pool power in Fu Sha-Liu's territory had almost been depleted as well. Suppressing his anger, Fu Shilu looked down into the depths of the dragon pool and asked, "Did something change down there? Why is the power of the dragon pool so weak this time?" A grand dragon replied, "If you carefully sense what is happening below, there seems to be some kind of force that is drawing in and devouring the power of the dragon pool at an incredible rate. That's why our positions were affected. If I'm right, it should be because of that senior down there." Upon hearing this, the other grand dragons seemed enlightened. Another grand dragon nodded and said, "Yes, if it's really due to him, then it explains the changes in the power of the dragon pool. If he is trying to achieve a breakthrough, then he will certainly need a lot of power. Then what do? We won't know how long he will take to break through. We can't just wait here and do nothing. Naturally, we cannot wait here. Since there is no more dragon pool power up here, then we should continue down. As long as we're careful not to interfere with him, we should be fine." All the grand dragons nodded in agreement while the three young dragons were confused. Zhu Wuyu came up to Big Brother Ji and whispered, "What are they talking about? Who is the one down below?" Big Brother Ji replied, "How would I know?" Zhu Wuyu was surprised and exclaimed, "Not even you know?" A nearby grand dragon glanced over and coldly snorted, "Three brats, don't be so curious. You will know when it is time for you to know." As they were talking, the other grand dragons already began to swim downward while the grand dragon who spoke to Zhu Wuyu immediately shouted, "Keep up, all of you. This is a rare opportunity. Normally it would be impossible for you little ones to visit the depths that we're going to." Zhu Wuyu immediately flicked his tail and followed. He also did not expect the situation to go this far. Initially, he went to Fu Qian's territory to fight for benefits. Now, half a year later, this team has expanded to include all 3 young dragons and 7 grand dragons. There had never been a time when the situation in the dragon pool was like this. What Zhu Wuyu was more curious about was who the grand dragons were referring to. Unfortunately, the grand dragons would not tell him anything and he could not do anything about it. After a long journey, they encountered 2 more grand dragons, but no fights broke out because they also felt that something was abnormal in the depths below. After explaining the situation, the group expanded again. Now there were 3 young dragons and 9 grand dragons descending to the depths of the dragon pool. Except for the strongest Ji Laro-san, the rest of the young dragons and grand dragons were all gathered together. Soon, the group arrived at Ji Laro-san's territory. The leading grand dragon took a look from afar and stopped the clansmen behind him. The other grand dragons were puzzled, looked towards Ji Laro-san and also sensed something. Only the 3 young dragons were completely confused and did not understand why everyone had stopped. The isolation power in the dragon pool was too strong at this depth, and they were too weak to detect the situation Ji Laro-san was in. Zhu Wuyu was blunt, impatient, and spoke without thinking twice, so he swam towards the lead grand dragon and asked softly, "Uncle Shilu, what is the situation down there?" Fu Shilu glanced at him, wanting to ignore this cheeky brat, but he soon realized that Zhu Wuyu would just keep pestering him if his curiosity was not satisfied, so he reluctantly explained, "He's about to break through." Zhu Wuyu was surprised and exclaimed, "Third uncle is about to achieve a breakthrough just half a year after entering the dragon pool?" Fu Shilu replied, "Your third uncle was just 1 step away from becoming an ancient dragon. Furthermore, his source is not bad. There is nothing strange about taking only half a year to achieve a breakthrough. In fact, this can already be considered slow. Previously, we all believed that he would only need 3 months to break through. The reason for the delay must be that the dragon pool power had become thinner, causing Ji Laro-san to take a few more months to accumulate enough." Big Brother Ji asked with great concern, "Uncle Shilu, now that the dragon pool power is so weak, will third uncle be affected?" Fu Shilu replied, "Of course he will be impacted if he does not accumulate enough power. Now that he has accumulated enough though, his bloodline is undergoing a transformation and the need for external power is not as great. Thus, the depletion of the dragon pool power will not interfere with his breakthrough." Big Brother Ji heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this. There would be trouble if Ji Laro-san's breakthrough failed. However, it appeared that the weakened power of the dragon pool had no impact on his third uncle, which meant that the latter's breakthrough was a certainty. Henceforth, the dragon clan would have another ancient dragon. They were able to sense that Ji Laro-san was at a critical moment of breakthrough. Thus, the Dragon Clan team stopped so as not to disturb him. As Ji Laro-san was about to achieve a breakthrough, Yang Kai was also happy in the deeper parts of the dragon pool. He felt that his dragon vein was undergoing some amazing changes, and his bloodline had become purer and more condensed. He was not afraid of the changes to his body and more afraid that nothing would change, since that would mean that all his efforts had been in vain. The pain was intense and Yang Kai grunted repeatedly, but it was mixed with joy and excitement. Then suddenly, Yang Kai's entire body was invigorated and he felt as if he had broken through some kind of shackle, allowing his dragon vein and bloodline to suddenly rise to a higher realm. His skin cracked and his dragon scales that were trembling began to shed. This sudden change caught Yang Kai off guard. Dragon scales could be said to be a dragon's strongest protection. With his current length of 50,000 meters, even if he took a direct blow from a 7th-order open heaven master, his dragon scales might not fall off. But now, a few had actually shed on their own. Before he knew what was happening, more dragon scales fell from his body. Yang Kai was shocked. He did not know if this was a good sign. After all, without their dragon scales, how could a dragon protect itself? Not to mention, his dragon scales gave him a majestic and imposing look. Without those dragon scales, he looked naked and hideous. Yang Kai could not even bear to imagine a naked dragon without scales. Yang Kai was powerless to stop the continued shedding of his dragon scales though. At the same time, his dragon bead was pulsing. Every time the dragon bead pulsed, a mysterious power would escape and be absorbed into his dragon vein. In just half an hour's time, Yang Kai's body had been stripped clean of dragon scales and he had indeed become a fully naked dragon. Is this how a dragon breaks through? Is it always like this? Yang Kai was not sure if his dragon scales could still grow out. Although it was likely that they would grow out again, there was always a chance that they might not, as he was not a pure-blooded Dragon Clan member. If they really didn't grow back. Yang Kai secretly made up his mind that if that happened, he would never show his dragon form to others in the future. It would simply be too embarrassing. While he was thinking that, fresh blood oozed out of his cracked skin, and strangely enough, the fresh blood that oozed out was not golden. Yang Kai had been bleeding golden blood since long ago. But now, instead of golden blood, the fresh blood oozing out of his body was red in color. Yang Kai could not be bothered to think about his image now. As the fresh red blood continued to seep out, it seemed that some wonderful changes were happening within himself. It was as if something was being purged from his body along with the blood. A thought suddenly flashed across Yang Kai's mind. Is this because I'm human? A divine spirit source was an extremely profound and mysterious treasure. Anyone who had attained a divine spirit source had the capacity to transform into a true divine spirit if they could cultivate it to the limit. Dragon and Phoenix clan sources were no exception. However, the chances of this were very slim, which was why the Dragon Clan had an innate dislike for Yang Kai. Even if he managed to obtain and refine a dragon source, it did not change the fact that he was still human. At best, he only managed to acquire an impure dragon bloodline. Although Yang Kai previously bled golden dragon blood, that was not the blood of a pureblood dragon. At his core, he was essentially still human. Now, Yang Kai could clearly feel that he was being transformed into a pureblood dragon, and the human part of him was being purged. He was shocked as he did not expect this to happen during his advancement to becoming an ancient dragon. As a human, Yang Kai never felt inferior to any other race. The human race was indeed inherently weak, without all the innate advantages a divine spirit possessed. However, it was the weakness of the human race that enabled it to have so many possibilities. Without humans, the 3,000 worlds would be empty and uncivilized, completely lacking in culture, though the beauty of nature might be more apparent. If he was not human, he would not have been able to see the black ink battlefield, where the countless human soldiers sacrificed their lives to protect their homes and families. As a human, Yang Kai did not feel inferior. Since he was born weak, then he had to try harder to be strong. Compared to the divine spirits, the human race could really be considered weak. Even so, he was born a human, and was proud of it. Was his root as a human going to leave him now? Yang Kai suddenly felt a bit conflicted. He had never considered this possibility previously. He had always assumed he would be a human even if he possessed a dragon source. However, at this moment, he began to think a lot about such matters. He never imagined that he would care so much about being human. The dragon bead was still pulsing endlessly, and as his bloodline continued to agitate, more portions of his human physique were rejected. Now, his close to 50,000 meters dragon form was covered in fresh red blood. Yang Kai opened his mouth and released a deep dragon roar. Why should he care about being a human or dragon? As long as he could kill the Black Ink clan, what did it matter? So what if his human blood was purged? Did that mean that he was no longer a human? He was born and raised by humans. His parents were still in the star boundary. More fresh blood poured out and soon completely engulfed Yang Kai. His dragon roar gradually subsided and the dragon pool fell silent. At the same time, further up the dragon pool, another dragon roar sounded. Ji Laro-san had become an ancient dragon. Although the power of the dragon pool had weakened considerably, he had accumulated enough to achieve a breakthrough. Of course, his advancement was not as problematic as Yang Kai's. After all, he was a pureblood dragon and did not need to purge anything from his body. It was easier for him since he could omit this step. Had he been in Yang Kai's position, it was unclear if he could achieve a similar breakthrough. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5319, also 50,000 meters. If Ji Laro-san took on human form, he would appear as a youth who looked about the same age as Yang Kai, but in reality, he was many times older than Yang Kai. Dragons were strong and had long lifespans, however, they grew extremely slowly. After nearly 10,000 years, Ji Laro-san finally shed his former body and was reborn, breaking through his bloodline shackles and advancing to become an ancient dragon. The excitement was overwhelming, and he continued to roar in celebration. Amid the dragon roars, Ji Laro-san's nearly 50,000-meter-long dragon body finally achieved a breakthrough. His dragon vein was enhanced as his dragon form continued to extend. 500 meters, 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, finally the increase slowed to a stop at nearly 3,000 meters. Each breakthrough a dragon accomplished was accompanied by a leap in strength. Although when compared to before entering the dragon pool, he had only grown around 3,000 meters, Ji Laro-san's strength now was leaps and bounds greater than before. Now, he would be able to fight and defeat 3 of his previous selves from before he entered the pool. If he encountered that human's dragon pressure again, he was confident that he would be able to block it without any difficulty. The other party might have obtained a divine dragon source, but he was only a grand dragon. How much of the source's strength could he utilize? After advancing to become an ancient dragon, Ji Laro-san's immediate desire was to seek revenge and regain his dignity. Of course, it was impossible for him to kill Yang Kai as the humans had some agreement with the dragon clan. He would be in big trouble for killing the human, but certainly, a beating was acceptable. Fights in the dragon pool were a common affair and would not draw any attention from the elders. Therefore, after his breakthrough, Ji Laro-san immediately dove down towards the depths of the dragon pool. "Where is third uncle going?" Zhu Wuyu asked when he sensed that Ji Laro-san's aura was getting further and further away. A grand dragon next to him thought, he must have gone to pick a fight with that human. Of course, that was only to be expected when he was so agitated and impatient when he left. Zhu Wuyu froze and asked, "Hey, how come I haven't seen that human as we descended all the way here?" Big brother Ji looked at him scornfully and said, "Are you stupid? Since you did not see him, he must be deeper down. Otherwise, why would third uncle swim deeper in anger?" Zhu Wuyu remarked in disbelief, "Does that mean that human is so powerful he could dive deeper than third uncle?" Among these current dragons in the dragon pool, Ji Laro-san was the strongest with the purest bloodline. Thus, his territory was the deepest in the dragon pool compared to the other dragon clan members who entered this time. How could that human have gone so much deeper than Ji Laro-san? Was his bloodline and source so much more powerful? Zhu Wuyu's casual remark caused the grand dragons to look at each other and begin to wonder what was going on. "Let's follow," said a grand dragon before he immediately swam down after Ji Laro-san. Even if they were not going down for the spectacle, The dragon pool power at this level had been depleted and they had to go deeper for their respective needs. Since they had to go deeper anyway, they might as well tag along to see how Laro-san dealt with that human. All the young dragons and the grand dragons had naturally encountered young Kai when he was diving deeper into the dragon pool and had lost to him. Thus, they felt humiliated and were eager to see him being taught a lesson by Laro-san. They wanted that human to know that the dragon clan was not to be messed with. The only reason why they were not his match was because they were not strong enough. Along the way down, the grand dragons slowly began to have an ominous feeling. This couldn't be helped, as it was getting too deep. The position where Laro-san was before should be the limit of his tolerance, but now, they had dived 2 million meters down and still they did not see the human. They even began to suspect that the human had been overconfident, dove too deep, and been crushed by the pressure of the dragon pool. But then, why had they not seen any signs of his remains? If he was not crushed, that would be even more terrifying. The grand dragons were also aware of this and the atmosphere suddenly became a lot more serious. Although the three young dragon did not give it much thought, they could sense how solemn the situation was getting. Even the normally talkative Zhuwu kept quiet along the way. Hundreds of thousands of meters further down, the lead grand dragon's eyes suddenly lit up as he exclaimed, "Third brother." All the dragons fixated their eyes on Laro-san, who was one step ahead of them. Now, he had stopped to one side and did not descend any further. None of them knew what he was doing. Soon, all the dragons arrived at Laro-san's position and the lead grand dragon said, "Congratulations on your advancement, third brother. The dragon clan now has one more ancient dragon." The other grand dragons also congratulated Laro-san. Among the three young dragons, Zhuwu went all out to flatter Laro-san. He praised him as the unrivaled dragon in the world and the #1 dragon in history. It was an exaggeration for him to be deemed as the #1 dragon, however, at only 10,000 years old, to have become an ancient dragon, Laro-san was definitely extremely talented even among the dragon clan. Many older dragons were not as talented and would go through their entire life as grand dragons, were never able to take the final step to break through. On average, the grand dragons who had the ability to take this step were around 20,000 years old. This alone indicated how gifted Laro-san was. However, what was strange to all the dragons was that Laro-san did not react to their well wishes at all. In fact, he appeared quite sullen, puzzled, and in disbelief as he continued to look straight down. The dragons looked in the direction of where he was staring, but could not see anything. "Third brother, what happened? Aren't you happy that you've become an ancient dragon?" A grand dragon, who had spoken earlier, asked in bewilderment. If he became an ancient dragon, he would be so overjoyed that he could not sleep. Laro-san, on the other hand, looked bitter and dejected, which was really quite puzzling. Zhuwu also asked, "Where is that human? Has third uncle already killed him?" That human was too arrogant. When they entered the dragon pool earlier, he was slapped aside by that human. Unfortunately for Zhuwu, he was not strong enough to beat that human, otherwise, he would have fought with him to the end. It would be fine if he was beaten by his own dragon clan seniors, but how dare a mere human beat him? Since Zhuwu was incapable of taking revenge on his own, he could only count on Laro-san. When he said this, a grand dragon asked, "Yes, where is that human? Why is he nowhere to be seen?" Laro-san, who had not moved, sighed unnoticeably before motioning slightly with his head, indicating the human was below. The expression of the grand dragon, who asked the question, changed as he remarked in disbelief, "His down below?" Laro-san was about to nod, when he suddenly frowned and shouted, "Brace yourself." As he said that, he used his dragon force to bring the three young dragons into his protection. The other 9 grand dragons were bewildered and couldn't help wondering, "Brace ourselves? For what?" They soon knew the answer. Deep in the dragon pool, a strange sound like that of a heartbeat pulsed. It was extremely faint, but at the same time, all the dragons felt their bloodlines resonate with it. The unusual feeling caused the dragons to become very anxious and they began to surge their dragon pressure. This was only the beginning though. Following the initial pulse, a powerful dragon pressure suddenly erupted and enveloped all the dragons, immediately causing them to feel a sense of intense dread. They felt helpless, like children facing a fully grown man. Their throbbing bloodlines were instantly suppressed as they looked at each other in panic. Not only the Grand Dragons, but even Ji Laro-san, who had just become an ancient dragon, felt suffocated. Only then did the dragons understand why Ji Laro-san had brought the three young dragons under his protection. If he had not done so, the dragon pressure would have been too much for them and they likely would have been instantly crushed. Luckily, this intense pressure disappeared as quickly as it came. A Grand Dragon wondered aloud, was that from that senior? That feeling felt familiar to him, as he had once angered one of the clan's ancient dragon elders. When that elder became angry, he unleashed a type of dragon pressure that felt similar to what they had just experienced. Although he did not specify exactly who he was talking about, Ji Laro-san was aware of the situation in the dragon pool and naturally understood who he meant. Still, he slowly shook his head and said, "No. No." Everyone gasped. The Grand Dragon was asked in surprise, "Who then?" From their position, the Grand Dragons could not see the situation below, but Ji Laro-san, who had become an ancient dragon, was clearly able to sense something. Otherwise, he would not have stopped here. Before the strange pressure swept over them, Ji Laro-san had reacted in advance, which meant that he could see the situation at a much deeper depth than them. Ji Laro-san did not answer, though he appeared to be very reluctant and in utter disbelief. Another Grand Dragon hazarded a guess, "Third brother, if it is not from that senior, don't tell me it was from that human?" Even he felt foolish for asking such a question. How was that even possible? The dragon pressure they felt was extremely pure, and they had all seen that human in his Grand Dragon from as he descended through the dragon pool. Although the dragon pressure he showed was indeed potent, if they closely scrutinized it, that human's dragon pressure was still impure. It must have something to do with him being a human. Although he had refined and merged with a dragon source and had a dragon clan bloodline, fundamentally, he was still human. So, it was impossible that a human caused such a commotion. But unexpectedly, Ji Laro-san muttered, "It was him." All the dragons were shocked. "How can that be?" they exclaimed in total disbelief. Ji Laro-san laughed bitterly. If they asked him, who was he supposed to ask? Who could tell him what had happened? He should be full of joy when he advanced to become an ancient dragon. He then dove deeper into the dragon pool to look for the human to restore his dignity. How could he have anticipated encountering such a situation? It was totally inexplicable. The dragon scales on the human had completely shed, and his dragon body was covered in a layer of fresh red blood that continued to ooze out, encompassing him entirely. The dragons next to him were not strong enough to see the situation below, but Ji Laro-san was able to see some of it. That was not a human figure in the dragon pool below, it was a huge blood cocoon with a human that had transformed into a pureblood dragon. When they first came to this depth, there was still some dragon pool power around, however, that power was now madly flowing into the blood cocoon and disappearing. Now, the dragon pool power where they were had also been depleted. However, that human was now at the critical juncture just like he was previously. He had accumulated enough power and it was no longer a big deal if there was insufficient dragon pool power in the surrounding waters. Furthermore, this blood cocoon was about 50,000 meters long. This was what made it so difficult for Ji Laro-san to accept. When he entered the dragon pool, he was just a step away from becoming an ancient dragon, yet he spent half a year to break through after much effort. What about that human? When he entered the dragon pool, he was only 35,000 meters. Half a year later, he was now 50,000 meters. That was an increase of 15,000 meters. Since ancient times, no dragon who entered the dragon pool to cultivate had ever seen such a terrifying increase in size. 15,000 meters. How many years of cultivation was required to achieve that? At first, Ji Laro-san also thought that the dragon pool's change had something to do with the senior below. Now, it seemed that was not the case. Rather, it must be caused by this human. Otherwise, how could he have grown by so much in such a short time? The more Ji Laro-san thought about it, the harder it was for him to accept. Martial Peak, Chapter 5320, Advancement to Become an Ancient Dragon. Laro-san had become an ancient dragon and had keener eyesight than the others, so he could see that the human was at the critical juncture on the verge of a breakthrough. This was also the reason why he did not descend any further. He wanted to regain his dignity, but he would endanger the life of the human if he were to interfere at such a crucial moment. If the other side failed to break through because of his interruption, it would become a blood feud that only death could end. Furthermore, he was unsure if he could even get near with the intense, pulsating dragon pressure. Muffled grunts were emitted irregularly from the blood cocoon below, as if a powerful life was being awoken. Along with each muffled grunt, a powerful wave of dragon pressure would burst forth. The grand dragons were at a loss as to what to do. After a long silence, Laro-san finally said, "There's no telling how long it will take him to break through. So, take care and go around him to cultivate deeper in the dragon pool." There was no point in them all waiting here. The opening of the dragon pool was an opportunity for the dragons to cultivate, so they should not be wasting their time idling around. "What about you, third brother?" a grand dragon asked. Laro-san pondered for a moment and then said, "I'll stay here to observe the situation." Since he had achieved a breakthrough and become an ancient dragon, it could be said that he had achieved his goal for this trip into the dragon pool. It did not matter if continued to cultivate or not. More importantly, he wanted to wait for Yang Kai's breakthrough, and then have another match with him to determine once and for all who was better. The humiliation that Yang Kai caused him in front of the no-return pass had to be settled. Since now was not a good time, he simply had to wait until Yang Kai was done with his breakthrough. The Grand Dragon who asked the question must have sensed Laro-san's intentions, and did not try to talk him out of it. He simply nodded and said, "Good. Third brother, take care." It seemed this human had a thing or two up his sleeve. The commotion during the breakthrough was intense, so if he became an ancient dragon, his strength would probably be quite profound and Laro-san might not be his match. If he was not careful, he might lose to the human again. However, since Laro-san insisted, it was inappropriate for him to try to convince him otherwise. Since a decision had been made, the Grand Dragons placed the 3 young dragons in the middle for protection, then swam around the dragon pressure-filled area below to dive deeper into the dragon pool, soon disappearing from sight. At this moment, Yang Kai's entire body was wrapped in the blood cocoon and his mind was empty and totally relaxed like never before. His dragon vein was pulsating and his body was undergoing a radical transformation. After a period of time, he suddenly felt an inexplicable restraint. He stretched his limbs and with crackling sounds, the bindings were torn open like a thin membrane. He was slightly shocked and quickly realized that there was nothing really restricting him. Instead, there was a blood cocoon that had wrapped around him at some point. The blood cocoon was naturally the part of him that was human, and now, with the purity and strength of his dragon vein reaching a certain height, the part had been discarded. When the blood cocoon was torn apart, it shattered to pieces and scattered into the flow of the dragon pool. Yang Kai literally shed his former body and was reborn. With a resounding dragon roar, Yang Kai's dragon pressure reverberated throughout the dragon pool and brilliant golden light was emitted from all over his body. Laro-san watched from afar filled with a complicated expression as the golden light was so glaring that he could hardly open his eyes. His breakthrough to the ancient dragon realm was not nearly as eventful. In contrast to his bitterness, Yang Kai appeared quite joyful. His divine sense surged and he quickly examined his own body, feeling as if his dragon vein had never been so pure and strong. His 50,000 meters form was even more fearful and appeared invincible. Yang Kai was even more satisfied that his dragon scales had regrown. He was no longer naked like before. Although the new dragon scales still look a bit delicate and not as strong as before, they were new and would harden over time. When his scales matured, they alone would be able to block off a blow from an 8th-order open heaven realm master. After Laro-san advanced to become an ancient dragon, he grew in length by about 3,000 meters. However, Yang Kai did not, mainly because the dragon pool power here was completely depleted. If there was enough dragon pool power around, his body would have grown tremendously. Yang Kai was full of joy and laughed loudly, but his laughter came out as continuous dragon roars. Laro-san narrowed his eyes and clenched his claws, muttering to himself, "So noisy." The next moment, He saw a blur and Yang Kai's huge body instantly rushed towards him. Ji Laro-san backed up instinctually as he exclaimed, "What?" He had remained there to wait for Yang Kai to advance to become an ancient dragon, planning to fight him to determine who was stronger. However, when the moment came, he became hesitant. This couldn't be helped as his opponent's dragon pressure was significantly stronger than his. Having just broken through, Yang Kai would not be familiar with his new strength and wouldn't be able to restrain himself. Worse, even from so far away, Ji Laro-san already felt his dragon vein being suppressed. If they fought now, the only possibly result would be him being one-sidedly beaten. Not only that, when Yang Kai broke through to the ancient dragon realm, his bloodline was completely refined and he had become a pureblood dragon. Unlike before, Ji Laro-san no longer saw Yang Kai as someone who was half dragon and half human. Now, this golden dragon in front of him could be considered as his clansman, although he still hated Yang Kai's guts. Yang Kai looked at him with his dragon head tilted and seemed to be smiling. He then said, "Relax, I came to thank you." Although he was wrapped in the blood cocoon and his mind was emptied, he could still perceive what was happening in the outside world. After his breakthrough, the events that had transpired would naturally be recalled. Yang Kai was surprised that Ji Laro-san did not take advantage of the crucial period before his breakthrough to interrupt him. With his prior arrogance, it would not be surprising for the latter to interfere so as to disrupt his advancement. However, Ji Laro-san did no such thing. This saved Yang Kai a lot of trouble. "There's no need to thank me." Ji Laro-san coldly snorted and stared at Yang Kai with narrowed eyes as fury raged in his heart. It was as if Yang Kai did not notice it, or perhaps, he did not care about the other party's attitude. He just turned his head towards the bottom and said, "I just made a breakthrough and need some dragon pool power to continue to refine. The power here had been depleted, I'll be heading down now." After saying so, his body flicked and he swam down the depths of the dragon pool. *****. As Yang Kai was departing though, his dragon tail flicked and hit Ji Laro-san's body, throwing him far away. After he managed to stabilize himself, Ji Laro-san gritted his teeth and roared, "Bastard!" Ji Laro-san was convinced that Yang Kai did it on purpose, whipping him with his tail because he sensed that Ji Laro-san still wanted to fight with him. After cursing, Ji Laro-san became a little dismayed. He was also an ancient dragon now, so how could he just accept being smacked by a tail for no reason? He was hit by Yang Kai only because the moment Yang Kai made a move, his dragon pressure had suppressed Ji Laro-san, which caused his reaction to become extremely slow. Ji Laro-san secretly sighed, knowing his desire to fight against Yang Kai was pointless. Since Yang Kai knew that Ji Laro-san was not his match, he smacked him with the tail as a warning to him. He had now confirmed that Yang Kai had refined a divine dragon source. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to have such powerful dragon pressure. The golden divine dragon source, it could be none other than that legendary existence. Ji Laro-san felt a little better when he thought of it that way. He was not inferior to Yang Kai, it was just that his source was not as strong as that legendary ancestor's. The day his source reached the height of a divine dragon, he would be able to take on Yang Kai. With this thought in mind, Ji Laro-san hastily headed deeper into the dragon pool. At the same time, Yang Kai was already dove quite deep. He met the 3 young dragons and the 9 grand dragons, all of whom quickly moved away with looks of disbelief. Nonetheless, he did not care. He was starving now. It was not the regular feeling of hunger. It came from the depths of his bloodline. Yang Kai had just achieved a breakthrough to become an ancient dragon with extremely pure and strong dragon vein. Now, all he wanted was to devour more power to satiate and strengthen himself. Unfortunately, the dragon pool power in his previous territory had been depleted. Thus, he could only continue deeper down into the pool, so as to fill the void his bloodline made him feel. After passing those grand dragons and young dragons, Yang Kai did not know how much farther he swam down, but eventually he activated the great sun and moon marks, and the huge dragon pool power poured into his body, turning into powerful nutrients. Yang Kai felt a wave of relief. With the sound of bones cracking from within his dragon body, his 50,000 meters dragon form that had just stabilized began to grow rapidly. Not only that, as his own bloodline had been purified, the secrets hidden deep within it had begun to awaken. The dragon clan's inheritance. The inheritance of humans relied heavily on various ancient books and careful instruction from one's elders. However, divine spirits were different. A divine spirit's inheritance was always hidden deep within their bloodline. Even without the guidance of any elders, or any ancient books and records, as long as their bloodline was purified to a certain degree, these inheritances would naturally awaken. This was a kind of innate response to the scarcity of divine spirits. Even if there were few divine spirits in the clan, and there were no elders to guide the next generation, their inheritance could not be cut off so simply. After all, according to the heavenly way, bloodline inheritance was the basis of a divine spirit's strength. It was an inheritance that could be ensured so long as the divine spirit's bloodline remained. Now that young Kai had advanced to become an ancient dragon, he started benefiting from this inheritance. He was consuming the power of the dragon pool to enhance his body, while feeling the gift from the depths of his bloodline. The dragon clan's bloodline talent was the Tao of Time. Young Kai's attainments in the Tao of Time were not low. At least, he had not met anyone who had gone farther than himself with this grand Tao. According to his own classification, he had reached the 6th level of exceeding the ordinary to reach the extraordinary. Although there was still a huge gap when compared to his mastery over the Tao of Space, which was at the 8th level, summiting the peak, it was not bad at all. Throughout history, the only person he knew of who might be able to surpass him in the Tao of Time was Flowing Time Great Emperor. Perhaps it was possible for young Xiao and young Shui to have surpassed him as well. After all, these two children were the successors of Flowing Time Great Emperor. Even so, they were probably still a bit too young. The Tao of Time was extremely difficult to master. Young Kai had already reached the 6th level, but had made no further progress for many years. With the dragon clan's bloodline inheritance, and his own dragon vein, which had been refined to the point that he transformed to become a pureblood dragon, many obscure points from the past were now clear. Young Kai was overjoyed. This trip to the no-return pass was a huge success. Just achieving a breakthrough to become an ancient dragon was worth the effort. Not to mention, he could now improve his mastery over the Tao of Time. He also managed to reap a lot of benefits from the Phoenix clan. While young Kai was thirstily absorbing the dragon clan inheritance from his bloodline, the beast with the giant eyes looked on angrily from the depths of the dragon pool. Who the hell is this little bastard? He had already moved far away from young Kai previously, but how could he have known that young Kai would continue chasing after him? Did he really think that an old man like him would not dare to teach others a lesson? Marshall Peak, Chapter 53-21, Fu Guang. The beast with the giant eyes was at least several hundreds of thousands of meters away from young Kai, so at such a distance, even if he was extremely strong, it was difficult for him to fully perceive the situation due to the isolation power of the dragon pool. He could only detect there was some commotion where young Kai was. This brat hasn't broken through yet? The beast with the giant eyes felt a little strange. How could he have not broken through after he swallowed so much dragon pool power? Could it be that this junior's talent is just that horrendous? However, it was clear that this little one was very determined. The beast heaved a sigh and was satisfied that young Kai had the right attitude. He could not blame young Kai for not being talented enough. He would just go deeper and give this brat some room to cultivate. After all, he couldn't fight with a brat just because he was disturbed. The beast with giant eyes did not intend to help young Kai. A dragon's breakthrough depended mainly on themselves and outsiders could not help. The giant beast silently swam down another 100,000 meters until it finally could not feel the disturbances above. Time flew by and 2 months later, young Kai's body size increased again by nearly 10,000 meters. Now his dragon form was almost 60,000 meters. 50,000 meters was the baseline for being an ancient dragon, which was comparable to a newly advanced 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Young Kai's 60,000 meters dragon form meant that he had firmly established himself in this realm. It was unimaginable for a dragon to grow by 10,000 meters within 2 months. If dragons really could grow at such speeds, there would have been a terrifying number of ancient and divine dragons throughout history. This was all because young Kai was able to devour enormous amounts of the dragon pool power during that short period of time, and even that was only possible with the assistance of the great sun and moon marks. The yin-yang power left behind by the burning light and serene glimmer was also essential, as it acted like a millstone to grind and refined the power from the dragon pool so young Kai could more easily absorb it. However, young Kai also noticed that the more he progressed, the more difficult it became to improve. When he first came here, his body size could increase by several dozens to over 100 meters a day, but currently, it was down to less than a dozen meters a day. One reason was his dragon vein was stronger and purer, so the same amount of dragon pool power was unable to enhance him as much as before. The second was the dragon pool power at his location had again been depleted. After such wanton consumption, the dragon pool power was much thinner than before. This time, young Kai did not wait for the dragon pool power to be completely depleted. As soon as he felt that the power was significantly weaker than before, young Kai proceeded downwards another 100,000 meters. The beast with the giant eyes was disturbed once again and flared his nostrils furiously. What's the meaning of this? Is that brat intentionally taunting me? He wondered. He was understandably upset, but once again, he decided to avoid a confrontation by swimming deeper. Another 2 months later, he felt a disturbance from above. It appeared like the annoying junior had descended again. The beast's veins at his temples throbbed in frustration. Suppressing his anger once again, he continued descending through the dragon pool. He decided that 3 times was the limit of his tolerance. One more intrusion into his territory and he would be forced to discipline that brat. 2 months later, the beast with the giant eyes looked up again, but now he was not angry and instead full of doubts as he once again perceived movement from above. He previously thought that those movements were made by that junior using the ancient dragon vein tempering art, but now it seemed like something was amiss. After so much time, whoever it was should have achieved a breakthrough already. If he or she had failed at achieving a breakthrough, then this junior should have been crippled if not killed by the amount of dragon pool power they had absorbed. How could they just continue to cultivate? Now curious and suspicious, he gathered his aura and silently swam upward to have a look at what was going on. Young Kai was dividing his attention between devouring the dragon pool power with the great sun and moon marks, and cultivating the Tao of Time using the bloodline inheritance he had just unlocked. The main reason why young Kai went deeper every 2 months was he was aware of the inconveniences he was causing the grand dragons and young dragons above. The dragon pool power seemed to bubble up from bottom to top, so if he depleted all the dragon pool power where he was, then the grand dragons and young dragons above him would not be able to cultivate properly. Thus, when he sensed that the dragon pool power around him was getting thinner, he would descend another 100,000 meters. Even if he was eating all the meat, leaving some soup for others was only polite. It had been half a year since his breakthrough, and his achievements were significant already. His dragon form had increased by nearly 20,000 meters, for a grand total of 67,000 meters. On top of that, his gains in the Tao of Time were significant. Yang Kai felt that with a little more effort, he would be able to ascend to the next level of mastery over the Tao of Time. When that happened, his Tao of Time would reach the 7th level, standing above all others within sight. However, while he was concentrating on his cultivation, he suddenly had a strange feeling. The yin and yang power of the burning light and serene glimmer in his body was rapidly weakening. Young Kai was momentarily stunned, but quickly realized that the 2 powers were about to run out. The power Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan gifted him back then had already purified his bloodline and dragon vein several times over the years. Even now, they were intermingling like a millstone, grinding the dragon pool power for him to absorb. Unfortunately, these powers were not his own and would eventually run out one day. Young Kai was also prepared for this, but obviously did not expect it to be so soon. He was not disappointed, however. If it was not for this yin-yang millstone helping him, he would never have been able to refine the dragon pool power so quickly, even if he could withstand the huge amount he absorbed into his body. His progress would not have been so rapid. Young Kai had already gained enough benefits. Before entering the dragon pool, his grand dragon body was only 35,000 meters in length, but 1 year later, he had grown to 67,000 meters. In this time, his dragon vein had become incomparably pure. How could he not be satisfied with his achievements and progress? The external power was not his anyway. The power of the burning light and serene glimmer had already helped him lay a solid foundation. How far he could go in the future depended largely on him. As the power of the burning light and serene glimmer weakened, the invisible millstone in his body also began to collapse. Yang Kai soon felt the pressure inside his body increasing. When the millstone was grinding, regardless of how much dragon pool power he devoured, it was quickly refined and absorbed, but that was over now. Too much absorption was now causing him to become bloated. Yang Kai suspected that if he continued on like this, he would eventually explode and die. The dragons who entered the dragon pool would dive to an appropriate depth, claim a stretch of territory, and cultivate. The further they went down, the denser the power became. However, they had to be able to absorb and refine the dragon pool power to benefit from it. Each member of the dragon clan had to find their own limits when entering the dragon pool. Yang Kai relied on the power of the burning light and serene glimmer to ignore these limitations and dive to a depth of over 1 million meters with a meager size of 35,000 meters. The power Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan gave him declined extremely quickly, like an arrow at the end of its flight. Just half an hour after Yang Kai noticed the diminishing returns, the two forces had completely disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai frantically stopped the great sun and moon marks, but even so he felt a lot of pressure. The dragon pool power he was wantonly absorbing before now felt like a huge burden he could barely resist with the power from his dragon vein. What's more, the outside pressure was also beginning to affect him as he could not absorb the ambient power. He could not remain at this depth any longer or something bad would happen to him. With his mind made up, Yang Kai decided to head back up. However, when he opened his eyes, he was shocked. Two huge eyes were staring at him, glimmering and full of curiosity. Yang Kai was now 67,000 meters in length, which was a considerable size, so if he felt that the entity in front of him was huge, then what was looking at him must be enormous. Yang Kai's dragon pressure instantly surged and he almost clawed at the stranger who was looking at him. However, he managed to hold back at the last moment because he could see what was in front of him was a huge dragon head. Looking behind the dragon head, he could not even see the end of this being. In an instant, Yang Kai could tell that this was an ancient dragon, an extremely powerful ancient dragon with a body of almost 100,000 meters. If the ancient dragon realm started at 50,000 meters, then above 100,000 meters would naturally be the divine dragon. Yang Kai immediately knew who it was and asked, "Senior Fu Guang?" When he was previously a guest in Huang Sai Niang's phoenix nest, Yang Kai deliberately asked her about the dragon clan situation. Huang Sai Niang saw no reason to keep anything from him if the information was not confidential. According to Sai Niang, there was a divine dragon in the dragon clan, who was the current clan head. The number of ancient dragons should be more than a dozen, but they were usually cultivating in seclusion and were not openly seen by others. The ones who presided over the affairs of the dragon clan at the no-return pass were the three ancient dragons that Yang Kai once greeted. They were also known as the three elders of the dragon clan. Those three ancient dragons were very old and powerful, but they had all exhausted their potential and so there was no hope of them ever advancing to become divine dragons. In other words, their current strength was their limit and there was no possibility of them advancing further. However, among the members of the dragon clan, there was one ancient dragon who had reached the upper limits of his current realm but had not exhausted his potential and thus had hope of breaking through to become a divine dragon. Fu Guang. More than 5,000 years ago, Fu Guang had already reached the limits of the ancient dragon realm and then entered retreat deep in the dragon pool. He had not been seen since. According to Sai Niang, Fu Guang would either become a divine dragon and emerge from the pool, or die in the dragon pool's depths. If he died, then his dragon force would escape into the dragon pool, leaving behind a legacy for the future generations. Without such determination, an ancient dragon who was attempting to make the final breakthrough would not easily enter the dragon pool. Throughout history, the dragon clan had many ancient dragons who died in the dragon pool without ever stepping out of it. Rumor had it that there were many dragon bones buried in the deepest part of the dragon pool. Of course, Sai Niang was part of the Phoenix clan and could not be sure about this. However, they all lived in the no-return pass, so it was normal to have some understanding of each other. Fu Guang had been in retreat in the depths of the dragon pool for 5,000 years. No one knew how he was doing, only that he was still alive. Still, 5,000 years was nothing for a dragon clan member. The dragons had extremely long lifespans, so 5,000 years was considered brief when living more than 50,000 years was a given. What's more, each time the dragon pool opened, it was impossible for the later generation dragon clan members to descend anywhere near where Fu Guang had secluded himself. Thus, none of them knew if his retreat was going smoothly. However, for him to remain in the depths of the dragon pool for 5,000 years, it was obvious that progress was not coming easily to him. When an ancient dragon, who was close to becoming a divine dragon, appeared at this depth of the dragon pool, Yang Kai was certainly able to guess his identity. This was a white dragon, and even at this depth in the dragon pool, it was difficult to hide its pure glory. Although the ancient dragon did not exert any dragon pressure, Yang Kai felt stifled just by being stared at by those eyes. Although his source was slightly inferior to Yang Kai's, this ancient dragon's bloodline was much stronger than his. Fu Guang nodded lightly and asked curiously, "Which family do you hail from?" Marshall Peak, Chapter 53-22, You Want to Do What with Me? The dragon clan was divided into 3 families, the Fu, Zhu, and Ji. The dragon clan's bloodline was being continued by these 3 families. Which was why Fu Guang was surprised that he did not feel the bloodline aura of any of these 3 families from this young one. Moreover, if he was not mistaken, when he first perceived this youngster, he was using the ancient dragon vein tempering art, which meant that he was not yet an ancient dragon. Under up-close observation, this youngster was already a nearly 70,000 meters long ancient dragon. It was simply unimaginable for a dragon to have such a huge improvement in less than a year's time. Even for someone as gifted as himself, it was impossible to have such an achievement. Throughout history, no dragon had ever grown so rapidly. It was completely beyond Dragon Clan's ability to understand how this could be accomplished. While asking the question, Fu Guang inadvertently looked at Yang Kai's 2 front dragon claws. When he noticed the great sun and moon marks, he realized that they must have something to do with this junior's rapid growth and the enormous consumption of dragon pool power. "Senior, I am not a dragon of the no-return pass." Since he was sure that the ancient dragon before him was Fu Guang, Yang Kai had nothing to fear. At least, he would not be attacked for no reason. "You're not a dragon of the no-return pass?" Fu Guang was slightly surprised as he continued to ask, "Did you return to your roots from the outside to pay respects to your ancestors?" Yang Kai shook his head and explained, "No. I am human. It was a coincidence that I had the opportunity to refine a dragon source and advance to become an ancient dragon. During that process, my bloodline was purified." Fu Guang was even more surprised and exclaimed, "Human? Those few stubborn old goats actually agreed to let you into the dragon pool?" He obviously knew the stubbornness of those ancient dragons. The dragon pool was fundamental to the existence of the dragon clan, so no one was worthy to enter it except for the pureblood dragons. He wondered what they were thinking to let a human enter the dragon pool. However, Fu Guang soon nodded lightly and said, "Whether you were a human or not before, now that your bloodline is pure, you can be considered part of the dragon clan. Furthermore, you are already an ancient dragon." As he said, he continued to study Yang Kai. He noted that Yang Kai's golden dragon source was extremely powerful. If he was not mistaken, it should be the legendary source that was lost all those eons ago. No wonder those stubborn old goats were willing to let him enter the dragon pool. They must have taken this into consideration. Unaware of the other party's thoughts, Yang Kai was slightly stunned when he heard what Fu Guang said and said with a touch of dismay, "Yes, this junior is part of the dragon clan now." Fu Guang laughed slightly and asked, "What's the matter? Are you reluctant to give up being a human?" Yang Kai replied, "Not really. It's just that I'm not used to it yet." Fu Guang nodded and said, "Although someone like you is very rare, there have been a few recorded in my dragon clan's history. I do not understand your feelings as there is no downside to being part of the dragon clan. At least when comparing to others in the equivalent realm, The dragons are much stronger than humans. He then changed the topic and asked, those two marks, are they from the burning light and serene glimmer? Senior's vision is truly sharp. They are indeed from those two seniors. Yang Kai was not surprised, since Huang Xiniang could recognize the origins of the two marks at a glance. There was no reason why Fu Guang could not. Fu Guang swam around Yang Kai with some curiosity and asked, those two marks can draw in and absorb the dragon pool power? I've never heard of anything like them before. However, since they are marks granted by those two, it's not surprising that they have this ability. What I wonder is how you managed to withstand such a huge amount of power inside your body. By right, you should have exploded long ago. He had been observing Yang Kai for a while and was truly puzzled by this situation. Yang Kai explained, when those two seniors granted me their marks, they also gifted me a portion of their pure yin and yang powers. When this junior sucked in the dragon pool power, the yin and yang power turned into something like a millstone and ground it down, allowing me to rapidly absorb and refine the dragon pool power. Fu Guang was amazed and exclaimed, there is such a thing. He had never known of such a possibility. Even the entire dragon clan knew nothing about this, otherwise, the ancient books would have records of these capabilities. This brat in front of him not only had the marks of the burning light and serene glimmer, but he had also received a part of their powers. That meant that they considered him in high regard. The burning light and serene glimmer would never grant their powers to others lightly. At least, Fu Guang had never heard of anyone having such an opportunity before. Come, activate those two marks again, Fu Guang asked eagerly. Yang Kai shook his head rapidly and said, Senior, unfortunately, this junior has exhausted the yin and yang powers of those two. If I draw in any more dragon pool power, I won't be able to handle it. What are you afraid of? Just do as I say. I'm here and will take care of you. Fu Guang spoke with utmost confidence, as if he wanted to reassure Yang Kai and let him act boldly. Yang Kai was at a loss for what to do and about what Fu Guang's intentions were. However, considering that Fu Guang was close to becoming a divine dragon, he was surely not a match if things got out of hand. Besides, it should not matter if he just demonstrated the two marks' ability a little for Fu Guang to see. With that in mind, Yang Kai nodded his head and said, in that case, Junior will show you how they work. He then activated the great sun and moon marks on his two dragon claws. The moment the marks shone, they started to suck in the rich dragon pool power from the surrounding area. Yang Kai was prepared to stop at a moment's notice as he did not have the yin-yang millstone inside him anymore. He really could not withstand too much dragon pool power entering his body. However, just as he activated the two marks, Fu Guang made his move. His nearly 100,000 meters dragon form vibrated immediately and his dragon scales stood on end. As he did so, Fu Guang's dragon body suddenly turned into what seemed like a bottomless abyss, madly devouring the incoming dragon pool's power. Feeling his dragon vein roar and his bones crack loudly, Fu Guang's eyes lit up. Yang Kai was not experiencing too much pressure, because almost 80% of the dragon pool power drawn in by the great sun and moon marks was being intercepted by Fu Guang, leaving a mere 20% to enter Yang Kai's body. Although it was still a bit uncomfortable for Yang Kai, it was within his ability to tolerate. At least he would not be at risk of dying anymore. Yang Kai suddenly understood Fu Guang's intention of requesting him to activate the great sun and moon marks. Xiniang said that Fu Guang had been in retreat in the depths of the dragon pool for 5,000 years. If he had not broken through yet, it meant that advancing from an ancient dragon to a divine dragon was no easy task. If Yang Kai could help him achieve a breakthrough, it would be an enormous favor, not only to Fu Guang himself, but to the entire dragon clan. The dragon clan had only one divine dragon right now, so their overall strength would soar with an additional one. As Yang Kai was thinking about this, Fu Guang signaled to Yang Kai to stop. Yang Kai obediently did as he was told. Fu Guang pondered silently while glancing at Yang Kai every now and then, as if he was thinking about how to make a request. He also appeared very hesitant. Yang Kai was amused and wondered just what he was going to say. What is there to hesitate about? The advancement to become a divine dragon should be far more important compared to owing a favor or some notion of pride. Nonetheless, even with such thoughts, he did not say anything and just waited in silence. After a long time, Fu Guang said awkwardly, "Kid, do you want to dual cultivate with me?" Yang Kai was shocked and stuttered, Dual cultivate. With you? What the hell are you talking about? Why did you suddenly bring this up? Are you actually a female dragon? But, it doesn't look like it, and your voice is obviously too low to be that of a female. Yang Kai doubtfully thought. Fu Guang nodded seriously and said, "Yes, cultivate with me. See, you can draw in an enormous amount of dragon pool power by using those 2 marks. However, you can't digest it all, so I can digest most of it for you while you absorb the rest yourself." Yang Kai choked and remarked, so, this is what you meant by dual cultivate with you. He thought that Fu Guang was referring to something else. Fu Guang said with a straight face, "Of course. What else could I have meant?" Yang Kai was speechless, and even suspected that Fu Guang did not understand what the connotation was. In Fu Guang's mind, dual cultivation simply meant cultivating together. Noticing that Yang Kai did not agree immediately, Fu Guang said, "Of course, this is more beneficial to me, but I will not let you suffer a loss. Let's do this. You are now a pureblood dragon and can only enhance your bloodline on your own without anyone's guidance. However, my dragon clan's bloodline talent is the Tao of Time. If you agree to my request, I can give you a few pointers while you cultivate." Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard what Fu Guang said and exclaimed, "Really?" Fu Guang nodded, "Of course. Many thanks, Senior." Even if Fu Guang did not offer to give him pointers on improving his mastery over the Tao of Time, Yang Kai was already planning on helping him. If Yang Kai really helped him become a divine dragon, then the Dragon Clan would owe him a huge favor. Now, with the added benefits on top, Yang Kai would certainly not refuse. "Do you agree?" Fu Guang asked to confirm. This junior can't think of a reason to refuse. "Very good." Fu Guang slithered his dragon form and continued, "This matter cannot be delayed. Come with me." It had been over a year since the dragon pool opened, so Yang Kai would leave in at most a few years' time. Thus, Fu Guang did not want to waste even a single moment. Yang Kai followed Fu Guang closely, diving deeper into the pool. He did not know how deep they went, but Yang Kai felt that he had reached his limit. If he went any deeper, the dense dragon pool power around him would kill him even if he did not activate the great sun and moon marks. Yang Kai was not surprised that Fu Guang looked so relaxed. After all, there was a difference of over 30,000 meters between their sizes. Fu Guang was on the cusp of becoming a divine dragon, so it was only natural that he would be able to resist the pressure better than himself in the dragon pool. Fu Guang also sensed this, and without waiting for Yang Kai to say anything, he took the initiative to stop and said, "This will do." Yang Kai promptly replied, "As you wish, Senior." Fu Guang was very considerate and explained, "You should slowly activate the great sun and moon marks and progressively draw in the dragon pool power. You don't have to do it all at once, just slowly adjust it." Yang Kai nodded and replied, "I'll try." He had never tried to control the great sun and moon marks, because previously, he had the yin-yang millstone in his body to help him grind however much power he could draw in. Now that he was going to help Fu Guang cultivate though, it was necessary to use a more refined method. "Coil up your body," Fu Guang said. When Yang Kai heard this, he quickly coiled himself into a ball. Fu Guang placed Yang Kai in the middle and wrapped him with his body for protection. On seeing this, Yang Kai felt a lot more assured. In this way, the dragon pool power sucked in by the great sun and moon marks would be devoured by Fu Guang first, and only what he could not take in would flow to him. Thus, Yang Kai's safety was guaranteed. Marshall Peak, Chapter 53-23, Fu Guang's Hypothesis. The great sun and moon marks were activated and the dragon pool power began to swirl around them. This time, Yang Kai deliberately tried to control the 2 marks and found that it was actually not difficult to manipulate them. When Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan gave him these 2 marks back then, this should have been taken into consideration. However, the marks still pulled in the dragon pool power at an alarming rate. This place was already a few million meters deep into the dragon pool, so the surrounding power was very dense. Any kind of suction force would draw the power in like tsunami. Fu Guang grunted as his huge form shook. His dragon scales stood on end and his body instantly became like a bottomless abyss, devouring the dragon pool power that he absorbed. Yang Kai, who was surrounded by Fu Guang's dragon body, was a bit nervous, but soon realized that he had worried over nothing. The majority of the dragon pool's power was swallowed up by Fu Guang, and not a single bit came to him. Seeing this, Yang Kai gradually strengthened the power of the marks, and more dragon pool power was drawn. Yang Kai slowly increased the suction force of the marks until he reached about 70% of maximum when he began to feel some of the power overflowing to him. That also meant that Fu Guang was at the limit of how much he could absorb. He gestured to Yang Kai, who understood and strengthened the power of the marks a bit more. With Fu Guang's cooperation, the excess dragon pool power that flowed to Yang Kai was devoured and refined by him. Both Yang Kai and Fu Guang were silently adapting to the current pressure of the incoming power. Yang Kai found that without the burning light and serene glimmer's yin-yang millstone to assist him, he could not refine all the dragon pool power that he drew in, and a large part of it simply passed through his pores and back out into the dragon pool. Previously, with the yin-yang millstone, no matter how much dragon pool power he drew into his body, Yang Kai was able to refine it quickly and not a drop remained. This was also the reason why he was able to advance to become an ancient dragon so quickly and grow to a shock 67,000 meters in one session. Now, without that millstone, Yang Kai finally felt the difficulty of a dragon cultivating and breaking through. It was no wonder that Fu Guang had not been able to attain a breakthrough even after staying in the depths of Dragon Pool for 5,000 years. If he, as an ancient dragon of 67,000 meters, was already having difficulty, there was no need to mention Fu Guang, who was only one step away from becoming a divine dragon. Yang Kai did not know if this attempt could help Fu Guang break through his bottleneck. However, since Fu Guang had made the request, he could only do his best and leave the rest to fate. Unlike Yang Kai's current relaxed situation, Fu Guang's devouring of the dragon pool power was much more intense. Yang Kai could even hear the dragon vein inside Fu Guang roaring like a river. Apart from that, the latter's body would occasionally crack open and dragon blood would gush out everywhere. This was obviously the result of the pressure he was under. Although he looked miserable, Fu Guang's spirits appeared buoyant, but this couldn't be helped. Before Yang Kai entered the dragon pool, he had also tried using the ancient dragon vein tempering art, drawing in as much power of the dragon pool as possible to use the pressure to break through his own shackles. However, in these 5,000 years, little progress was made. It seemed his body had reached a limit and it was impossible to advance any further to become a divine dragon. He had pondered a lot during these 5,000 years. The ancient method was actually quite useful in terms of refining his dragon vein. The problem was that he simply could not draw in enough dragon pool power to meet the requirements for a breakthrough. That was why after he saw the great sun and moon marks on Yang Kai dragon claws, Fu Guang began to think that if Yang Kai could help him pull in a massive amount of dragon pool power, he might have an opportunity to achieve a breakthrough. The two marks proved to be more effective in drawing in the dragon pool power than the ancient dragon vein tempering art that he was using. Previously, while cultivating, Fu Guiyang vaguely felt some subtle changes to his dragon vein, so he knew it was working. Although he could not see any signs of breakthrough, any change was better than none. His only fear was nothing changing at all. Now, however, the changes were far more noticeable. If he could succeed this time, then the entire dragon clan could become more prosperous in the future. Since ancient times, the dragon clan had produced numerous ancient dragons. However, there were very few divine dragons. There were never more than 3 in the same era, with the biggest reason for this being that the last hurdle was just too difficult to overcome. If Fu Guang could break through and become a divine dragon using this new method though, then the next time an ancient dragon wanted to break through to become a divine dragon, they could simply ask Yang Kai for help. If all went well, the number of divine dragons in the dragon clan might achieve new heights. With this hypothesis in mind, he looked at Yang Kai as if he had found some kind of precious treasure. Several more days passed, and both Yang Kai and Fu Guang had completely adapted to the pressures they were under. Fu Guang suddenly opened his mouth and spat out his own dragon bead. The dragon bead was quite large, round, flawless, and completely white. Yang Kai also had a dragon bead, but his was incomparable to Fu Guang's. Fu Guang's dragon bead seemed to have no other characteristics than being beautiful. However, Yang Kai could feel the heaven-destroying and earth-shattering power contained within it. This was the result of Fu Guang's dragon force. 4 dragons, their dragon bead was just like a monster beast's monster core, the foundation of their existence. It was also their trump card when facing a strong enemy. In times of desperation, a dragon could take out their dragon bead to attack the enemy. Of course, there were great risks involved in doing this, which was why a monster beast would not summon their monster core unless desperate, much less a noble dragon. Yang Kai had done it once before in order to kill Zhu Feng territory lord, but that one single clash had resulted in his dragon bead being damaged, and without the help of Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan's power, it would have taken him hundreds if not thousands of years to recover. He did not know what Fu Guang was doing by suddenly spitting out his dragon bead at this time. However, it was soon obviously that this was how the latter was planning to guide him on how to better master the Tao of Time. Watch carefully. As Fu Guang shouted, the dragon bead began to rotate. From that dragon bead, pure dragon force emerged and formed a layer of haze around the bead. At the same time, the flawless white dragon bead also began to transform. The white dragon bead soon turned into different colors and the entire dragon bead became pockmarked. Not only that, the dragon bead seemed to have a strange power surging within it. Yang Kai's dragon eyes widened as he stared at this scene, and soon he was shocked. What he saw was no longer a dragon bead, but rather a universe world. The haze of dragon force was the barrier around this universe world. This was a newborn lifeless universe world, but with the convergence of the powers of the 7 elements, a transformation began to occur and the barren universe world also gradually changed. At first, an ocean appeared. Then some green began to spread around. The originally white dragon bead became green and blue. The aura of life slowly appeared in the sea, and soon spread to the land. The first lives were very fragile and could not withstand any disturbance. The slightest interference and it spelled disaster for them. Rebirth followed each destruction and eventually, life took a hold and managed to tenaciously survive. Over time, life flourished and the whole world thrived. Yang Kai realized that Fu Guang was using his dragon bead to show him the evolution of the Tao of Time. Time was an extremely subtle power, more mysterious and esoteric than even the Tao of Space. The Dragon Clan's bloodline talent was the Tao of Time, so they had no need to deliberately cultivate it. When a dragon's bloodline became pure to a certain degree, the inheritance hidden deep in their bloodline would awaken. Still, it was very difficult for a dragon to master this power. Yang Kai did not know for certain before, but now he had to admit that his ability to cultivate the Tao of Time was linked to his dragon bloodline. Otherwise, it would not make sense for him to be able to cultivate the Tao of Time while being proficient in the Tao of Space. Now he was an ancient dragon and his dragon vein was extremely pure, so his bloodline talent had awakened. All that was needed was for him to enhance his own understanding in the Tao of Time. Fu Guang's display greatly made up for this. He was an ancient dragon who was just a step away from becoming a divine dragon. Looking at the entire dragon clan, it could be said that apart from the current dragon clan head, he was the most powerful. With the help of his own dragon bead, Fu Guang displayed the wonders of the Tao of Time for Yang Kai, with no regard for how much of his strength he used up from his source. This was an opportunity that not just anyone could have. Even Fu Guang would not have done such a thing if he had not requested Yang Kai's help. Yang Kai's mind and soul had been completely absorbed by the dragon bead. It was as if he was inside of it, experiencing all the wonders of the Tao of Time. It was as if he was sucked in and could no longer feel the passage of time in the outside world. Every moment was like tens of thousands of years. The whole world's living creatures became extinct just before the universe collapsed under a violent shock and turned into an empty black abyss. Yang Kai's eyes finally blinked and his mind regained its clarity. He saw Fu Guang swallowing his dragon bead back into his mouth and looked at him with an odd expression. Fu Guang originally thought that Yang Kai's attainment in the Tao of Time would only be superficial. However, when Yang Kai's mind and soul became immersed in his dragon bead, Fu Guang realized that something was wrong. This kid's attainments in the Tao of Time were not low at all. In fact, he could perceive that the time principles Yang Kai could manipulate were extremely powerful and profound. Apart from Fu Guang, the only ones that could be compared were the clan head and the 3 elder ancient dragons. As for the other ancient dragons, they were all probably inferior to this boy. Moreover, he could clearly feel that Yang Kai's mastery over the Tao of Time had advanced another level just now. How is it? Fu Guang asked. Yang Kai slowly came to his senses and said gratefully, "Many thanks for your guidance, senior." Fu Guang's feeling was right. Yang Kai had indeed taken another step forward in his mastery over the Tao of Time, reaching the 7th level, standing above all others within sight. The most obvious change was the speed of time flow in his small universe. Previously, the speed of time in his small universe was 4 times faster than that of the outside world. Now, it was 5 times faster. The faster time flow in his small universe meant that the living beings in his small universe could grow more rapidly, while the spirit herbs planted in his small universe could also be harvested more frequently. Most importantly, Yang Kai's own heritage would accumulate faster. Although Yang Kai did not know how much real time had passed outside, his mind had been following the transformation of the universe within Fu Guang's dragon bead for countless eons, sensing the mysteries in the flow of time. It was not surprising that he could make a breakthrough in mastery. Fu Guang nodded lightly, so, it was not in vain. The dragon pool is about to reopen, you should leave soon. Yang Kai was dumbfounded as he asked, "How long has it been?" "Almost 3 years. 3 years. It seemed like an instant." "Senior, Yang Kai suddenly felt a little hesitant. He had gained a lot from this session, but Fu Guang did not seem to have attained a breakthrough. If he left at this time, that would mean that everything had been for naught. Marshall Peak, Chapter 53-24, That damn human is a bastard. Seeming to sense Yang Kai's thoughts, Fu Guang said, "The power I have accumulated is already enough. All that remains is the evolution of my bloodline. No external force can help me now." Over the past 3 years, the dragon pool power that Yang Kai drew using the great sun and moon marks was almost equivalent to what Fu Guang would take in after 100 years of effort. This showed the immense power of the 2 marks. Previously, Fu Guang could not take this final step because the ancient dragon vein tempering art he was using could not draw enough dragon pool power at once to apply sufficient pressure to force a breakthrough. However, this was not a problem with the great sun and moon marks. Although he could draw the same amount of dragon pool power in 100 years as Yang Kai did for him in 3 years, that did not mean that the effect was the same. Without Yang Kai's help, he might not have been able to take this final step in 100 years, or even 1,000 years. Now, Fu Guang could feel that his bloodline was changing, so it was time to finally take that last step. Maybe when the dragon pool opened again, the dragon clan would have another divine dragon. Yang Kai was relieved to hear him say that. He did not want to owe someone a favor. Fu Guang had instructed him on the Tao of Time, and Yang Kai helped him to advance to become a divine dragon. Thus, there was a mutual gain and neither owed the other. A dragon scale suddenly flew towards Yang Kai and Fu Guang said, "Bring this to those 3 old ghosts and you will get the rewards that you deserve." Yang Kai reached out and grabbed it. He had a feeling that the dragon scale had been marked by Fu Guang's secret techniques, but he did not know what it said. He had no intention to pry either, as he had not done anything wrong to the dragon clan during his trip to the dragon pool, except for devouring a lot of dragon pool power. He even did Fu Guang a favor. Although he was now a pureblood member of the dragon clan, and he had purged the part of him that was human when he broke through, subconsciously, Yang Kai still felt like he was human. A flash of light suddenly came from above. The light came from afar but seemed to penetrate the entire dragon pool. Immediately afterwards, a low voice sounded from above, "Time is up, quickly leave the pool." The voice was naturally from one of the ancient dragon elders. Without delay, Yang Kai nodded slightly at Fu Guang and said, "Farewell, senior. I hope to hear good news from you the next time we meet." Although Fu Guang said he had accumulated enough power, and all that was left was bloodline conversion, things might not go so smoothly. Just look at the number of divine dragons who had appeared throughout the dragon clan's history and one would understand. If it was so easy to break through and become a divine dragon, then the number of divine dragons in the dragon clan would not be so low. Go on, Fu Guang nodded lightly. Yang Kai flicked his dragon tail and swam into the beam of light. This glowing path seemed to have the effect of warping space. He did not know how the dragon clan managed to do it, but Yang Kai, who was millions of meters deep into the dragon pool, reached the top after just a blink of an eye. At this moment, in the huge square of the no-return pass where the 5 statues of the dragon emperors stood, a portal appeared. Dozens of dragon clan members gathered from all directions. 13 dragons then rushed out of the vortex, one after another, appearing in the no-return pass. Instantly, the dragons roared one after another, causing the void to shake. However, the dragon clan was stunned after seeing the condition of those who entered. Even the 3 ancient dragon elders frowned. This could not be helped though. After all, the growth of those that went in seemed too small during this dragon pool cultivation session. Their expectation was, among the 3 young dragons, the one called Big Brother G was sure to advance to become a grand dragon. After all, he was already over 9,000 meters and was not far from breaking through. A few years of training in the dragon pool should have been enough to cross this divide. Zhu Wuyu and Fu Qian were a little further behind, but if they were lucky, they might also be able to advance to become grand dragons. Although one young dragon had indeed advanced to become a grand dragon, he was just over 10,000 meters, which clearly indicated that he had broken through not too long ago. Zhu Wuyu and Fu Qian's progress was even more pitiful. They were barely 9,000 meters each, still a long way from becoming grand dragons. This was only the young dragon's performance though, and the grand dragons were even more disappointing. Among the 10 grand dragons who entered, at least 2 or 3 should have reached the ancient dragon realm. However, only Ji Larosan had become an ancient dragon while the others were still grand dragons. Even their growth was unsatisfactory. The 3 ancient dragon elders had never seen a batch of descendants with such poor performance before. It could be said that this was definitely the group of dragons with the smallest achievements in the dragon pool in history. Some distance away, Huang Xiniang was sitting on a branch of the immortal parasol tree, dressed in her usual colorful robes. She swung her legs leisurely as she looked on eagerly at the unfolding drama. When she saw the state of the dragons that emerged out of the dragon pool, she smiled and muttered, "I knew it. When they let that human into the dragon pool, I knew that there would be a negative effect on the other dragons. It turns out that I was right." Feng Liu Lang stood next to her and frowned as he said, "Didn't the dragon clan ever consider checking his source?" Huang Xiniang pursed her lips and said, "The dragon clan is too proud. Even if that human had refined a dragon source, it was of no importance to them. Additionally, they made some agreements with the old ancestors from the human race, so they would not waste their energy checking. What they did not know is that the source that human obtained was extremely powerful. Yang Kai had the golden divine dragon source, the source of the 3rd generation dragon emperor. While the dragon clan did not know about this, the Phoenix clan had guessed it before he went in. This couldn't be helped, as Yang Kai had been able to access a phoenix nest on his own. That phoenix nest belonged to the Phoenix Empress of the same era as the 3rd generation dragon emperor. The sources of these two were lost together, and had never been found. Since Yang Kai was able to enter that phoenix nest, and he said that his wife obtained the source of that generation's Phoenix Empress, it was likely for that Dragon Emperor's source to be with him. Since the Dragon Clan was too lazy to check, the Phoenix Clan head also did not bother to tell them. By letting such a person into the Dragon Pool, there certainly would be some impact. That was why when the dragon pool reopened this time, Huang Xiniang waited to watch the drama unfold. It was so boring staying at the no-return pass and there was no place to have fun when they were cultivating in their phoenix nests. Huang Xiniang did not understand what Yang Kai did in the dragon pool, but why did the dragons who entered with him grow so little? Could their lack of performance be related to him? Even if his source originally belonged to the 3rd generation Dragon Emperor, it should not have such a dramatic effect, right? Nonetheless, her doubts were soon answered. Zhu Wuyu went straight to his parents' side and shouted, "That Yang Kai fellow is such a bastard. He snatched so much of the dragon pool power that we did not have enough for us to cultivate with." Zhu Wuyu's parents, an ancient dragon and a grand dragon, both frowned when they heard what had happened. It was common for clansmen to fight in the dragon pool for more power. When they first entered the dragon pool, they also fought with their other clansmen for a better position. Thus, Zhu Wuyu's accusations were quite flimsy. Zhu Wuyu's father, an ancient dragon, immediately reprimanded, "What is there to complain about if you are not as good as that human? Furthermore, that human should be able to transform into a grand dragon. Even if he fought with others, he wouldn't bother with your position. You've always been too lazy, which is why you did not advance much this time." Zhu Wuyu felt aggrieved and explained, "No, father, that guy really has something strange about him. I don't know what method he used, but he was somehow able to quickly devour an enormous amount of dragon pool power. My strength is weak and I occupied the uppermost position, but just half a month after entering the pool, the position where I was no longer had any dragon pool power at all. The dragon pool power was depleted that rapidly." Zhu Wuyu's mother, a grand dragon, appeared stunned. Zhu Wuyu nodded and continued, "Yes, so I went to Fu Qian's territory to fight for a better position, but after just half a month of fighting, his place also did not have any dragon pool power left. We continued descending through the pool to fight with the others, but no matter how deep we dove, the dragon pool power did not last long. It not only happened to where we 3 young dragons were, but also the places occupied by the senior grand dragons. Go ahead and ask them if you don't believe me." The ancient dragon turned his head and looked doubtfully at the others who had just emerged, to which all of them nodded in agreement. Upon hearing the explanation and seeing their collective reaction, the dragons, who were waiting in the square, loudly remarked, "No wonder all those who entered the dragon pool this time have not improved much. How can that be? The power of dragon pool should have been sufficient, how could it have dried up so quickly? The dragon pool power seeps up from bottom to top. If too much power is consumed at the lower depths, it would disrupt the replenishment above and then the top would dry up. But, how can a mere human have that kind of ability? Or could that senior be the cause of it? It's possible. If his breakthrough was imminent, he would naturally require a tremendous amount of dragon pool power and it would not be surprising for him to disrupt the density above. If it was really because of him, then these brats were just unlucky to enter the dragon pool at this time." Zhu Wuyu did not know who they were referring to. Fu Guang had been cultivating in the dragon pool for the past 5,000 years, and Zhu Wuyu was only a few hundred years old, thus, he did not know of Fu Guang. Zhu Wuyu's parents certainly knew about Fu Guang though. If it was really because of him that these dragons did not advance much during this dragon pool cultivation session, then there was nothing they could do about it. After all, an additional divine dragon in the clan was worth far more than having a few more grand dragons or ancient dragons. When Zhu Wuyu heard their speculations, he complained, "Why do you all keep referring to that senior? It was all due to that human. Ask Third Uncle G if you don't believe me." Third Uncle G saw it clearly when that human broke through. A breakthrough? The group of dragons all gasped in surprise. Frankly, the dragon clan did not know the specifics and extent of that human's dragon bloodline. After all, Yang Kai had never exposed his dragon form or pressure to them. They only knew that he was a grand dragon and even that was revealed to them by the human old ancestors. As Huang Xiniang said, the dragon clan had their pride and even though Yang Kai managed to refine a dragon source, they did not take him seriously and did not bother to investigate. An old ancient dragon elder looked at Ji Laro-san and asked, "Did that human really achieve a breakthrough in the dragon pool?" Ji Laro-san nodded meekly. Before he entered the dragon pool, his dragon body was nearly 50,000 meters. Now, when he left the dragon pool, he was only 55,000 meters. But what about that human? When Yang Kai entered the dragon pool, he was 35,000 meters, yet after just half a year, he managed to break through to become an ancient dragon. Now that 3 more years had passed, there was no way to guess just how much he had grown. Ji Laro-san was a pureblood dragon. To think that he could not even compete with the advancement rate of a mere human in the dragon pool, he was utterly ashamed of his poor performance compared to that dastardly human. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5325, 70,000 meters. The 3 old ancient dragon elders looked at each other, and they all saw the doubt in each other's eyes. They were all both surprised and doubtful that the human had achieved a breakthrough in the dragon pool. According to the information they received from the old ancestors, that human should only be a grand dragon. If he had achieved a breakthrough, then was he not an ancient dragon now? This was a bit abnormal. Throughout the ages, the dragon clan had indeed lost a lot of dragon sources, and many different individuals from different races had obtained them. However, one growing to such an extent was extremely rare. On the other hand, when they learned that the reason why their clansmen who entered Dragon Pool grew so little was due to that human, those dragon clan members surrounding the place became agitated. Some of the grand dragons even instigated the rest to teach young Kai a lesson when he emerged from the pool. From Dragon Clan's standpoint, it was already an exception to allow an outsider to enter a sacred place such as the Dragon Pool. If the Ninth Order old ancestors had not come to an arrangement with the Dragon Clan, there was no way the latter would have agreed. It was enough that he was allowed to enter the Dragon Pool and gain some small benefits, but now, it turned out that he interfered with the growth of a dozen clansmen. How could this be tolerated? The Dragon Pool did not open regularly, and every Dragon Clan member cherished the opportunity to enter it to cultivate. While the dragons were busy complaining about what the human did, a golden light appeared at the swirling entrance of the Dragon Pool, followed by a large dragon head rushing out of it. An intense dragon pressure immediately engulfed the area, and the noisy square instantly fell silent. Amid the loud dragon roar, a huge dragon quickly emerged from the Dragon Pool. Those who were complaining angrily moments ago now looked up at the sky in a daze. The three ancient dragon elders were also flabbergasted. Ji Laro-san's face began to twitch involuntarily. 70,000 meters. A full 70,000-meter ancient dragon. He was coiled above the no-return pass, glowing in splendid golden light. It was awe-inspiring, and the brilliance was simply unparalleled. Ji Laro-san was filled with bitterness when he saw it and muttered internally, 70,000 meters. When young Kai entered the Dragon Pool, he was only 35,000 meters, yet after just a few years, his dragon form had doubled in size. Throughout the ages, no dragon had ever been able to cultivate to such an extent in just one session in the Dragon Pool. As a 70,000-meter dragon, young Kai was already considered to be extremely powerful as an ancient dragon within the Dragon Clan. What caused Ji Laro-san to be speechless was that, under young Kai's dragon pressure, he actually felt his hands and legs go limp. He was completely subdued. Not only him, but many other dragons, who were also ancient dragons, felt suppressed by the human's dragon pressure. Naturally, this came from their own bloodlines being suppressed. A golden dragon, the old woman of the three elders exclaimed in disbelief. Another elder was staring at one of the 5 Dragon Emperor statues. Naturally, the third-generation Dragon Emperor statue at this time also began to glow with a golden light. The aura from it resonated with the dragon in the sky, as if there was a connection between the two. So that's how it is, this elder murmured. Under such circumstances, if he still could not guess the origin of young Kai's source, then he would be a disgrace to his position. The Dragon Clan had also searched for this lost source. Other than the Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan also searched for it, but they missed the best period and were unsuccessful in the end. However, both the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan knew how powerful these two sources were, so it should be impossible for them to be destroyed. Even if they could not find them, it did not mean that they did not exist anymore. However, no one expected that this missing source would reappear in front of Dragon Clan in such a way. Immediately, the ancient dragons who knew the details had mixed feelings. They all thought that young Kai's source was just an ordinary dragon source, and there was nothing for them to worry about as the Dragon Clan had lost many such dragon sources. It was their fortune and opportunity for those who had found these lost dragon sources to obtain them. However, if this source involved the third-generation Dragon Emperor, then its significance was totally different. That source could pave the path to reach the peak. Young Kai's huge dragon form hovered over the no-return pass for a short time before he shrank down, transforming back into his human form as he landed in the square. Feeling the prying eyes all around, young Kai knew that his presence had brought the Dragon Clan a lot of doubts. At the very least, he could no longer hide his refinement of the golden divine dragon source. The Dragon Clan should have a lot of questions for him. Yang Kai decided to speak first before they could ask any questions. Greetings, three elders. Senior Fu Guang has an object for this junior to pass on to you. The oldest-looking elder in the center held back his initial questions and instead asked in surprise, Fu Guang? You met Fu Guang in the Dragon Pool? Yes, Yang Kai nodded firmly. How is he doing? The old man asked with concern. Yang Kai replied, Senior Fu Guang is well. What did he want you to bring back? The old female elder asked. Yang Kai handed over a dragon scale from Fu Guang. The old woman took it, focused on it, and after a while, she handed the dragon scale to another elder. She then looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. When the other two elders also finished examining the dragon scale, they looked at each other silently, seemingly reaching a tacit understanding between them. The middle elder nodded slightly and looked warmly at Yang Kai as he said, Since you have shed your former body and been reborn, your bloodline is now pure. From now on, you are a member of the Dragon Clan. In fact, the moment Yang Kai rushed out of the dragon pool, the three ancient dragon elders already felt this. Yang Kai was not the same as when he first came to the no-return pass. Yang Kai had a strong human aura when he first came to the no-return pass, however, when he emerged from the dragon pool, that aura was completely gone. He now exuded the aura of a pureblood dragon. After checking Fu Guang's message in the dragon scale, the three ancient dragon elders also learned what happened inside. As they had previously thought, Yang Kai had indeed refined the lost source of the third-generation Dragon Emperor. This was confirmed by Fu Guang. He was also highly regarded by the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer, who granted him the great sun and moon marks. It was because of these two marks and another gift from those two seniors that he was able to devour the dragon pool's power and grow so rapidly. It was also because of this reason that those who entered the dragon pool during this session performed so poorly. It was not that they had no aptitude, just that all the benefits were taken away by Yang Kai. If Yang Kai had been the same as when he first arrived at the no-return pass, the Dragon Clan would not have let him off, as the future of the Dragon Clan depended on those juniors. Hindering their growth infringed on the Dragon Clan's interests, which was simply intolerable. However, since Yang Kai was also a part of the Dragon Clan now, he was considered a clansman. Clansmen will naturally compete and fight for benefits, thus, the elders could not accuse anyone of wrongdoing. Not to mention, Fu Guang left behind a message that he was now able to take the final step in his advancement because of Yang Kai's help. Fu Guang's advancement to become a divine dragon was undoubtedly more important than the growth of those dozen or so descendants. Yang Kai was now a 70,000-meter-long ancient dragon, and had returned with the source of the third-generation Dragon Emperor. This was more than enough to make up for the losses of the young ones this time. When the old man elder then looked up at the clansmen, he announced, The Dragon Clan has been in decline for many years and our numbers are withering. Now, a new clansman has returned to strengthen and bring glory to our Dragon Clan. The other two elders beside him roared in unison, Glory to the Dragon Clan! Glory to the Dragon Clan! Yang Kai was slightly stunned. So, I'm really now a member of the Dragon Clan? Although it was true that when he advanced to become an ancient dragon, he had purged the human part of him and became a pureblood dragon, it still felt uncomfortable for him to become a member of the Dragon Clan. Yang Kai actually did not care too much about whether his bloodline was human or dragon. After all, he was not born in the Dragon Clan, and did not attach that much importance to his bloodline. However, when the three ancient dragon elders declared it in such a manner, that meant that he became a member of the Dragon Clan. Many Dragon Clan members were eager for Yang Kai to come out of the dragon pool so that they could teach him a lesson. However, after the three elders' declaration and cheers, they no longer dared to create any trouble. The divine spirits highly valued the concept of community. If Yang Kai was an outsider, they would naturally make some comments. However, since he was now a clansman, there was nothing more to say. Even Zhu Wu Yu, who was the most irritated by Yang Kai, had roared along, not to mention the other Dragon Clan members. Only Ji Laro-san rolled his eyes furiously as he thought, that makes him part of our clan? If so, then how can I get my revenge? However, when he thought about it, Yang Kai was now a 70,000-meter-long ancient dragon, while he was only 55,000 meters. His bloodline power and source were both inferior to Yang Kai's now. If he were to try to seek revenge, he was doomed to fail. He sighed inwardly and admitted defeat. At least he knew that he was too weak to seek revenge now. On the parasol tree, Huang Xiniang was very excited as she watched the entertaining show unfold before her eyes. She knew that Yang Kai's trip to the dragon pool would certainly cause a stir, however, she never expected it to end up with him being accepted by the Dragon Clan and becoming part of it. The Phoenix Clan and Dragon Clan had been living together at the No-Return Pass for many years, and were both basically numb to each other by now. However, in the end, they were all on the same side. If the Dragon Clan became stronger, it was also beneficial for the No-Return Pass. It had been many years since the No-Return Pass had experienced a war, but more power was never a bad thing. As the rest of the dragons were still cheering, the three elders looked at Yang Kai warmly and appeared very friendly towards him. A pure bloodline was not enough for them to show such favor to Yang Kai, however, the source he refined was the source of the third-generation Dragon Emperor. That source itself contained the heavenly Grand Tao. If Yang Kai managed to fully inherit it, then he would be able to advance to a level comparable to the third-generation Dragon Emperor, which meant becoming a divine dragon. Divine dragon. Throughout the ages, how many divine dragons had there been in the Dragon Clan? Furthermore, Fu Guang's hidden message in the dragon scale also mentioned Yang Kai's great sun and moon marks, which, when activated, could draw in the dragon pool power at an incredible rate. This was a remarkable help for those in the Dragon Clan trying to achieve a breakthrough to the divine dragon realm. If another ancient dragon in the clan was ready to advance to become a divine dragon, they could request for Yang Kai's help, which would greatly increase their chances of success. The three ancient dragon elders had reached the limits of their own cultivation. Still, did that not mean they were not eager to take that next step? They all wanted to, but they were constrained by their bloodline and could not advance. If Yang Kai's great sun and moon marks could give them a boost, then it might be possible for them to achieve a breakthrough. Although there was not much hope, it was at least worth a try. Of course, that was a consideration for the future. Fu Guang was still in the dragon pool and could not be disturbed. When Fu Guang emerged, perhaps the three ancient dragon elders might also give it a try. At least, one could always hope. Martial Peak, Chapter 53-26, Dragon Tome. The three ancient dragon elders gladly accepted Yang Kai, who had such a pure bloodline, and undoubtedly had a bright future that would greatly benefit the entire clan. The old man elder in the center of the group asked, now that Yang Kai has joined the clan, should his name be included in the Dragon Tome? Yes. A low voice suddenly came out of nowhere. The voice was loud and it sounded like a grand bell. At the same time, Yang Kai felt a divine sense sweeping over him. The divine sense was comparable to old ancestor Xiao Xiao's. Yang Kai's heart fluttered as he realized that the origin of this divine sense was probably the head of the Dragon Clan. The one and only divine dragon alive today. In the Dragon Clan, young dragons had bodies that were under 10,000 meters. The strength of those in the Dragon Clan was very different. A newborn young dragon was very fragile, perhaps even worse than an ordinary human cultivator. However, when their body grew to 9,000 meters, they were equivalent to a human just below the 7th order. More than 10,000 meters, they became grand dragons, which was equivalent to 7th order open heaven realm masters. Above 50,000 meters, they were ancient dragons, which were equivalent to the 8th order open heaven realm master. At 100,000 meters, they became divine dragons. That was comparable to a 9th order open heaven realm old ancestor. Of course, the strength and rank were divided as such, but when they really fought, the divine spirit of the same realm would most likely be more powerful. The divine spirits had too many advantages that the humans did not. For example, Yang Kai's dragon form was now 70,000 meters. According to the ancient dragon classification, his strength was considerable. If he transformed into his dragon form, he could take on a veteran 8th order open heaven realm master. Today's Dragon Clan had only one divine dragon. However, this dragon was not considered to be a dragon emperor because divine dragons also had those who were weak and strong. The current head of the dragon clan felt that he was not qualified to be considered a dragon emperor. Such a situation was not unique or even uncommon in the long history of the dragon clan. Otherwise, the dragon clan would have far more than 5 generations of dragon emperors, all of whom were the most powerful masters of each generation of divine dragons. Yang Kai knew that the dragon clan had a divine dragon, but he had not seen him yet. This time, the divine dragon also did not show up, but only responded when the ancient dragon elder asked a question. Yang Kai did not know what the dragon tome was, as he had never heard of it before. When Huang Sai Niang told him about the dragon clan, she did not mention anything about a dragon tome. He did not know if she also did not know about it or simply didn't mention it for some reason. As Yang Kai was wondering, one of the male elders said, "Come with me." He then led the way, accompanied by the other 2 elders. Yang Kai followed behind them. The other dragons stopped cheering and followed behind Yang Kai solemnly. Sensing this atmosphere, Yang Kai realized that having his name entered into the dragon tome was an extremely solemn event for the dragon clan. A short while later, they arrived at a simple temple where the 3 elders entered in turn, followed by Yang Kai. As for the other dragons who followed them, they all stopped outside. The temple was extremely spacious, but the interior was very simple. It gave an unusually empty feeling. At the head of the grand hall was an altar, which was surrounded by dragon force that acted as a kind of barrier. Yang Kai squinted and saw that the altar seemed to be suspended on an irregular stone slab-like object. The slab appeared to be about the size of a washbasin and was covered by a restriction. Yang Kai also did not see any other unique objects, and guessed that this was the dragon tome mentioned by the elder. What the hell is this? As he was wondering, the 3 dragon clan elders stood at the 3 corners of the altar. Each used a dragon clan secret technique, and then with a mysterious dragon roar, the restriction opened. Moments later, the old man elder shouted, "Open the dragon tome." After he shouted, the 3 ancient dragons opened their mouths and spat out their respective blood essence, which fell into the dragon tome. The seemingly mundane dragon tome quickly swallowed up the dragon blood from the 3 ancient dragons, and in the next moment, it began to emit a faint glow. As the dragon tome flew out, the male old elder reached out and caught it. He then turned around, looked at Yang Kai, and said, "The dragon tome has existed since the beginning of the universe and has witnessed the birth of the first dragon and the inheritance of generations upon generations. Since ancient times, it has recorded the names of 14,362 dragons. You are the 14,363rd. Yang Kai raised his brow slightly at this new information. The dragon clan had been around for ages, and this dragon tome was something that was created when the dragon clan first appeared. He had never heard of this before. If every pureblood dragon was recorded in the dragon tome, that meant there were less than 15,000 of them that had been born thus far. It was an extremely small number. However, considering the dragon clan had extremely long lifespans and great difficulties reproducing, the low number was not that surprising. During this trip to the no-return pass, Yang Kai had encountered 3 young dragons, but this was actually quite rare for the dragon clan as, in the past, it was not unusual for thousands of years to go by without a single newborn clansman. The old female elder looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, "Perhaps in the past, you did not know of the existence of the dragon tome. When your name is recorded in the dragon tome, not only does it mark the clan's recognition of you, it is also a great benefit for you." Yang Kai said humbly, "Please enlighten me, elder." The old woman elder smiled and said, "Firstly, the dragon tome keeps track of the life or death of anyone whose name is recorded within. If a clansman encounters a crisis outside, they can call for help from the clan by using a secret technique which is connected to the dragon tome. Secondly, the dragon tome is connected to the dragon pool. If you really meet with misfortune outside and die, if there is still a trace of your source spirituality in the dragon tome, with the dual powers of the dragon tome and dragon pool, there is a chance you may be reborn in the dragon pool." Yang Kai was shocked by this and exclaimed, "Resurrection? As in, back from the dead?" The elder nodded, "Indeed." Yang Kai was now completely dumbstruck. The first power of the dragon tome was not too significant, but the second ability was completely outrageous. Yang Kai had experienced a kind of resurrection once before. When he fought with the great demon god Mo Sheng in the star boundary, his physical body was completely destroyed. That time, he was able to come back from the dead with the help of the powers of the immortal tree and the soul-warming lotus. That was a combination of extremely good fortune and opportunity. Yang Kai did not want to experience that again. After all, dying was not a pleasant experience. However, who could guarantee that they would not die? Especially in an environment like the Black Ink battlefield, where 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master perished at a not infrequent rate, not to mention a minor 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like him. Recording his name in the Dragon Tome meant that it could be used to basically turn back and bring back a dead dragon inside of the dragon pool. This would be an extremely appealing prospect to anyone. However, Yang Kai soon realized that something was amiss and asked, "Is there a price to pay for coming back to life?" It was simply too heaven-defying to bring back the dead. Previously, he had to refine the entire immortal tree before he could rebuild his body, and the immortal tree was an extremely precious treasure of the universe, close to the ranks of supreme treasures. Even if the Dragon Clan had the power of resurrection, it should be impossible to do it at will. If they could, then the Dragon Clan would be truly immortal and indestructible. How could such a community be so withered? Setting aside the rest, if the third-generation Dragon Emperor had been resurrected, then Yang Kai would not be standing here today. The old man elder nodded and said, "Indeed, it is natural to pay a huge price to be resurrected. Additionally, no one can guarantee the success of this process. Truthfully, the chance of success is very small. In Dragon Clan's history, the number of times the Dragon Pool and Dragon Tome have been used to resurrect someone is not more than 10, and among these 10 attempts, only 3 succeeded." Yang Kai now understood. He knew full well that such a heaven-defying technique was impossible without serious constraints. In the entire Dragon Clan's history, they only attempted about 10 resurrections. One would expect that each time, it must have been for an extremely important member of the Dragon Clan. When the third-generation Dragon Emperor fell, the Dragon Clan must have done it, but unfortunately, it did not succeed. Otherwise, the third-generation Dragon Emperor would still be alive. What's more, the probability of success was less than 30%, which could be considered very low. Even if it was very low though, that was also a ray of hope and it was enough to motivate anyone. The Dragon and Phoenix clans were worthy of being the heads of the divine spirits, who won the favor of the heavens. The Dragon Clan had the Dragon Tome which had the powers of resurrection, while the Phoenix Clan also had the ability to resurrect with their Nirvana fire. Even so, both clans had restrictions placed on them when it came to the act of resurrection. Such clans were truly worthy to be the leaders of the divine spirits. "What does Junior need to do?" Yang Kai asked. The old man elder said, "Use your source and leave your mark on the Dragon Tome." Yang Kai nodded lightly and asked again, "After recording one's name, does the Dragon Tome place any restrictions on this, Junior?" The old man elder replied, "Indeed. There is one small restriction. Please tell me, Elder. Do you know why the Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan are absent from the greater Black Ink battlefield?" The old man elder asked instead of answering. Yang Kai shook his head. In fact, he had been wondering about this previously. The no-return pass was located at the rear of the human race's defensive line and served as the final barrier to the 3,000 worlds. Although the location was of great strategic importance, over the years, except for when the Black Ink clan took over Great Evolution Pass and launched an attack, this place had not encountered any battles at all. Both the Dragon and Phoenix clans were powerful in their own right, and as divine spirits they had a much higher ability to resist invasion by Black Ink strength. With there not being any full-blown wars at the no-return pass, the Dragon and Phoenix clans could have easily sent some of their people to support the human race on the Black Ink battlefield, especially when the battles were the most intense. However, across the entire Black Ink battlefield, there was no signs of the Dragon clan and Phoenix clan fighting. It was only the human race. Divine spirits are not as powerful nor as effective as your purifying light in terms of restraining and eliminating Black Ink strength. It was not surprising for the Dragon clan to know about his purifying light, which was a powerful tool for the human race to deal with Black Ink clan. Even though the no-return pass was situated at the rear, they would have heard about such a monumental development on the battlefield against the Black Ink clan. The power of the divine spirits also had a certain degree of restraining effect on Black Ink's strength. The Black Ink giant spirit god was sealed in the divine spirit ancestral land by the third-generation Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix Empress. After countless years, the ancestral strength of that place constantly wore down the Black Ink giant spirit god's Black Ink strength, until it finally ground it down completely. Otherwise, when Yang Kai helped open the seal years back, the ancestral land would have been devastated. The reason why dragons and phoenixes do not appear on the Black Ink battlefield is related to an ancient agreement between us and the human race's great experts. The Old Man Elder continued, in that agreement, the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan were made responsible for guarding the no-return pass. Unless there is an existential threat to the clan, they are not allowed to leave the no-return pass. This agreement was simple, but was so important it became known as the Bloodline Great Oath. This was why there were no signs of dragons and phoenixes in the divine spirit ancestral land, and none of them on the Black Ink battlefield. Yang Kai could not understand and asked curiously, but, why? Why would there be such a pact, and how could the divine spirit clans, who were always proud and aloof, accept such terms? This was as good as the human great expert restricting their freedom. How could the two clans agree to this? Marshall Peak, Chapter 5327, Is He Stupid? The male old elder said, I do not know what the ancient masters were thinking. However, in this current situation, if there wasn't this agreement, then the numbers of dragons and phoenixes would definitely have been fewer than it is now. Without this agreement, the dragon and phoenix clans could enter and leave the battlefield at will, but who could guarantee that they would survive the fight? Under the powerful attacks of the Black Ink clan, even mighty dragons and phoenixes could fall. They could accept a few clansmen dying on the battlefield, but what about significant numbers of deaths? If a few important clansmen died and the entire clan became agitated and rushed to the battlefield, it might lead to complete extinction. It was because of this agreement that the two clans could continue to remain at the no-return pass. Although the days were boring, at least they did not need to face the many risks of the battlefield. From this point of view, perhaps it was not the ancient human great expert who restricted the freedom of two clans, but rather the two clans choosing this of their own accord. But what does this have to do with this junior recording my name on the dragon tome? Yang Kai asked with a frown. The elder replied, if you record your name on the dragon tome, then you must also honor this agreement. In other words, if I record my name on the dragon tome, I have to stay at the no-return pass and cannot return to the Black Ink battlefield. Yang Kai exclaimed. Indeed, the elder nodded. This agreement was known as the Bloodline Great Oath for a reason. If Yang Kai was not a pureblood dragon, it would be fine, but now that his bloodline was pure, once he recorded his name in the Dragon Tome and officially joined the Dragon Clan, he would be subject to the same restrictions. If he broke them, he would face backlash from his bloodline. Yang Kai swept his eyes over the three Dragon Clan elders in front of him, who all appeared very calm. If Yang Kai had not taken the initiative to ask, they would not have said anything. It was not that they intended to hide anything, for if they did, they could simply have not explained at all. Of course, the message that Fu Guang sent back on the dragon scale indicated that Yang Kai's great sun and moon marks were extremely useful to the Dragon Clan. If possible, they wanted Yang Kai to remain at the no-return pass. Not to mention the three of them, there were also other ancient dragons in the clan who either wanted or needed to break through in the future. If Yang Kai helped them with their breakthrough, then their chances of success would greatly increase. Maybe by as much as 30%. A 30% increase could not be underestimated. After all, over time that would mean a 30% increase in the number of divine dragons for the Dragon Clan. Nonetheless, since Yang Kai took the initiative to ask, they had to explain it clearly. They did not intend to deceive him. The benefits of recording one's name in the Dragon Tome were indeed enormous, and the possibility of coming back from the dead with the powers of the Dragon Tome and Dragon Pool were very tempting. However, what was the use of all these benefits if he could not leave the no-return pass? Yang Kai's trip here was to improve his strength, mainly in preparation for the human race's crusade. If he was now forced to remain in the no-return pass, How could he take part in the crusade? He would also have wasted old ancestor Xiao Xiao's efforts and expectations. Amidst the silence, the old female elder said, "Yang Kai, the source you received is the source of the third-generation Dragon Emperor. This source is remarkable. Additionally, you have transformed from a human to a dragon. Once you record your name in the Dragon Tome, you can maintain your family name and establish a new branch family of the Dragon Clan. This would be a huge contribution to the Dragon Clan." The old woman elder's message was obvious. If Yang Kai stayed at the no-return pass and sired a few more young dragons, then the Dragon Clan would add the Yang family to the existing Fu, Zhu, and Ji families. Furthermore, he would be the founding patriarch of this new family. Not just anyone could receive such an honor. The Dragon Clan has existed for countless eons, but so far, only 3 family branches had been established. As soon as Yang Kai recorded his name on the Dragon Tome, there would be another family branch, and Yang Kai would immediately become the first ancestor of this dragon family branch. Another elder, who had not spoken so far, also added, "We're not asking you to remain at the no-return pass and idle for the rest of your life. With your 7th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, even with your 70,000-meter ancient dragon form, your role on the Black Ink battlefield will be very limited. However, if you stay in the no-return pass, your presence would be of great benefit and importance to the future of the Dragon Clan. If you want, you can also bring your family to the no-return pass. Although we are also technically on the Black Ink battlefield, it has been quite peaceful over the years. Now that Great Evolution Pass has been retaken, the Black Ink clan can no longer come to harass us." "That's right. You have family in the 3,000 worlds, right? There is no such thing as security on the Black Ink battlefield, so your loved ones must be extremely nervous about your safety. How could you continue to let them worry?" The 3 Dragon Clan elders took turns to persuade Yang Kai to record his name on the Dragon Tome and remain at the no-return pass. However, when they saw that Yang Kai remained so indifferent, the 3 elders knew that their persuasions were ineffective. Even if he was young compared to them, he was still a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with a strong and resolute heart. If he could change his mind after just a few words of persuasion, then it would be impossible for him to have the cultivation he had today. The old male elder said again, "There is no hurry to decide on recording your name in the Dragon Tome. Why don't you stay at the no-return pass for some time and carefully consider first? If you really do not wish to stay, no one can force you to." Yang Kai slowly shook his head and said, "This junior appreciates the kindness of the 3 elders, offering me the opportunity to record my name on the Dragon Tome and your invitation to stay at the no-return pass. This junior is eager to live such a peaceful life, but many of my companions are still on the Black Ink battlefield. The human race is about to embark on a grand crusade, but this junior's cultivation was too low. Perhaps as the elders have said, my presence may not make much of a difference on the battlefield, but every pair of hands helps. Millions of my predecessors have fallen on the battlefield to stop the Black Ink clan. This junior is not that powerful, but I would like to follow the example of my ancestors. If I fall somewhere on the battlefield, it will only be because I am not strong enough. No one else is to be blamed." The old man elder said solemnly, "So, you've made up your mind." Yang Kai took a step back, cupped his fist, bowed, and shouted, "For the common people, for the 3,000 worlds, I will continue to fight until my dying breath." The old female elder sighed softly and said no more. The old male elder then said, "In that case, we will not force you. About the matter of recording your name in the Dragon Tome, when the Black Ink clan has been eliminated, you can come back to the no-return pass and we will help you do so." "Many thanks, 3 elders." Yang Kai bowed again. "I've inconvenienced you for too long now. I shall take my leave. The battlefield is dangerous. Be careful in whatever you do." Yang Kai nodded slightly, turned around and rushed out of the temple as the group of Dragon Clan members looked on with heavy hearts. He then flew out of the no-return pass. Although the other dragons were outside the temple, they saw and heard what happened inside and understood that Yang Kai did not record his name in the Dragon Tome. Zhu Wuyu went over to Fu Qian and whispered, "Is that guy stupid? He would rather go out courting death than to take up such a great reward." Fu Qian looked on as Yang Kai departed and sighed softly. Why keep sharpening a sword if you don't intend to use it? Zhu Wuyu blinked at him for a moment before he snarled, you are just as stupid. Fu Qian glared at him and barked, you know shit. When he was about to leave the no-return pass, Yang Kai stopped and turned his head to look at the immortal parasol tree. He saw Huang Sai Niang sitting on a tree branch, looking at him with a smile, and Feng Liu Lang standing next to her. Are you leaving? Huang Sai Niang asked with a smile. I am. Yang Kai nodded, thought about it for a moment, turned around again and bowed to her. Many thanks for helping out with my wife's affairs. Huang Sai Niang waved her hand and said, think nothing of it. Is there anything you want to tell her? Yang Kai shook his head and said, there is nothing to say. After a pause, he then asked, the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan had an ancient agreement with the human great experts. After recording one's name on the Dragon Tome, the Dragon Clan had to remain in the no-return pass. How about the Phoenix Clan? Huang Sai Niang pursed her lips, patted the branch she was sitting on and said, once you have your own nest on the immortal parasol tree, you need to stay at the no-return pass. Yang Kai nodded blankly. It seemed that both the Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan had similar restrictions. For the Dragon Clan, even if one did not record their name on the Dragon Tome, he could still cultivate in the Dragon Pool. However, the same could not be said about the Phoenix Clan. If one wanted to cultivate with the Phoenix Clan, it required possessing their own phoenix nest. Now, Yang Kai understood that if Su Yang really came here, she would be restricted to the no-return pass. Yang Kai cupped his fist and said, I will take my leave now. If I come back, it will be a triumphant return. Huang Sai Niang snickered, shameless boasting. Then, I'll wait for your good news. As soon as he finished, he dashed away and then a loud dragon roar could be heard from the distance. A golden light flashed brightly as the dragon pressure faded away. In the void, Yang Kai transformed into his 70,000-meter ancient dragon form. He did not do this to intentionally show off. The void was silent and no one would see even if he wanted to show off. He was overjoyed because he had gained so much during this trip to the dragon pool. His dragon body was only 35,000 meters when he first entered the dragon pool, but after emerging, it was 70,000 meters long. Not only did his size double, but his dragon vein and dragon bloodline had become completely pure, allowing him to transform into a true dragon. This dramatic increase in size meant a huge increase in strength. However, his small universe still only had the heritage of a 7th-order open heaven realm master. Thus, it would take time for Yang Kai to get used to this sudden surge in power. He had to find a way to adapt, otherwise, it may be a problem if he had to face powerful enemies. It took Yang Kai half a year to travel from Great Evolution Pass to the No-Return Pass. Now, even if his mastery over the Tao of Space had improved, it would still take roughly half a year for him to return. This was the perfect opportunity to get familiar with his new strength. During the journey, Yang Kai swung his dragon claws and whipped his dragon tail from time to time. Occasionally, he would use Dragon Clan secret techniques, and sometimes, he would summon the Azure Dragon Spear. His 2 dragon claws would grab the spear and wield it around as if he was fighting invisible enemies. If anyone saw this scene, they might think that this golden dragon had gone insane. Yang Kai could not help it though. The human race crusade was about to begin, and he did not want to enter the battlefield before he familiarized himself with his newfound powers. It was a very fruitful trip to the No-Return Pass. On top of the improvement of his bloodline, he had gained a massive amount of Space Tao essence from Su Yang's Phoenix Nest. The Space Tao essence in her Phoenix Nest was created from the immortal parasol tree and contained the mysteries of the grand Tao of heaven and earth from the primordial era, so it was a great tonic for Yang Kai. Although it did not take him to the next level of master in the Tao of Space, it did enhance his comprehension immensely. The main reason was that Yang Kai's own attainments in the Tao of Space were already very high, and it would be very difficult for him to ascend to the next level. Inside the Dragon Pool, when he helped Fu Guang to draw in the Dragon Pool power, the latter even used his dragon bead to demonstrate to Yang Kai the mysteries of the Tao of Time. That enabled Yang Kai to break through the shackles of his understanding of the Tao of Time, reaching the next level of mastery. His dragon bloodline had grown and his 2 grand Taos had improved tremendously. At this moment, Yang Kai felt very fulfilled, both in terms of his strength and his perception of the two grand Daos. He was totally unrecognizable as compared to when he left Great Evolution Pass. Marshall Peak, Chapter 53-28, Get Something Back. If he could completely digest all the gains from this no-return pass trip, Yang Kai believed that his strength would improve by leaps and bounds. It didn't take much effort to familiarize himself with the power of his new dragon form. All he needed was slow and steady accumulation. Yang Kai focused more on comprehending the Daos of time and space. The rapid advancement of his two grand Daos gave him a faint sense of enlightenment. The Dao of space was his main grand Dao, and his achievements in the Dao of time were perhaps due to his bloodline. In the past, his mastery over the Dao of space mainly affected his use of space principles, and the Dao of time, his use of time principles. The two were not related to each other. Even though he had once created the powerful secret technique, Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, that was mainly through chance and coincidence. So, he did not give it much deep thought. But as his comprehension of the Grand Daos advanced, it became clear to him that time and space had always been closely related. Space was unable to exist on its own, and so was time. From ancient times until now, the existence of the universe was interwoven with both time and space. The Sun and Moon Divine Will combined time and space principles, but that was something Yang Kai achieved subconsciously. Now when he gave it another look, he noticed that his Sun and Moon Divine Will had many flaws and had a lot of room for improvement. Faintly, Yang Kai was struck with a flash of inspiration. If one day, he was able to perfectly fuse time principles and space principles, his Sun and Moon Divine Will would definitely become much more powerful. It would become possible for him to kill territory lords using this secret technique even when he was only in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Be that as it may, it was extremely difficult to fuse these two. As Yang Kai tried, his strength fluctuated wildly, but he was unable to accomplish anything. He felt like something was missing. The feeling of being unable to cross the hurdles to reach your goal when they were within sight and you clearly knew how to reach it was extremely frustrating. It could easily cause one's mind to grow restless. This was one of the reasons so many cultivators had suffered from cultivation dissonance while cultivating in retreat throughout history. If one mulled over something too deeply, it would form an obsession, causing their focus to narrow and form an endless cycle of frustration and failure. As a result, they would either lose all confidence or lose their minds, which in turn would cause their Grand Dao to collapse. Having learned the lessons from history, Yang Kai didn't want to suffer from cultivation dissonance because of this. So, every time his mood became restless, he would relax and focus on the changes brought about by the growth of his dragon form. By varying his routine, he avoided unnecessary problems. A few months later, Great Evolution Pass entered his sight. Yang Kai collected his thoughts and reverted from his dragon form. When he saw the dense figures stationed on the walls of Great Evolution Pass, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that if he returned too late, he would miss the crusade. From the looks of it, the crusade had yet to begin. After giving it another thought, he realized that it was not surprising. The round trip to the no-return pass cost him a year, and counting the time he had spent at the no-return pass, it should be just about 5 years since he left. The human race army should not be ready yet. Space principles fluctuated as he arrived in front of Great Evolution Pass in a few instantaneous movements. The soldiers on duty had long noticed the strange movements, but after seeing Yang Kai's face, they quickly let him pass. When he returned to Great Evolution Pass, he saw soldiers bustling around inside the pass, as if they were preparing for war. Yang Kai had no idea about what the situation in the other theaters was like, but if the crusade were to start right now, the Great Evolution Army would definitely be unstoppable. With the confidence gained from their previous victory over the Black Ink clan and the addition of the evil purging divine spears to their arsenal, it shouldn't be a problem for them to destroy the royal city. As for whether they could kill the royal lord or not, that would depend on the means of old ancestor Xiao Xiao and the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Suddenly, a divine sense sweep surged from somewhere. Naturally, it belonged to none other than the old ancestor. As soon as the divine sense came in contact with him, it withdrew. Without any hesitation, young Kai flew away, following the source of the divine sense. A short while later, he arrived at the old ancestor's residence, where old ancestor Xiao Xiao was lazily lying on a chair inside her garden. She sized him up before asking, "How was your trip?" Young Kai replied respectfully, "It was quite worthwhile. I gained a lot." Old ancestor Xiao Xiao slightly nodded as she teased him, "You didn't leave your name in the dragon tome?" Young Kai was taken aback. "You know about the dragon tome?" Old ancestor Xiao Xiao pursed her lips, "It's not like it's some kind of secret, so why shouldn't I know about it?" In truth, the only reason she knew about it was because she was a ninth-order old ancestor. Ordinary humans would have never have heard of the dragon tome. Even young Kai had only learned about it after visiting the no-return pass and completely purifying his bloodline. "The dragon clan wanted me to record my name in the dragon tome, but this junior refused." Old ancestor Xiao Xiao casually nodded. If he really recorded his name in the dragon tome, it would be impossible for young Kai to return to Great Evolution Pass. Young Kai suddenly furrowed his brow and asked, "Were you injured recently?" He had already noticed that old ancestor Xiao Xiao was a bit pale. He thought it was because her injuries had yet to heal, but after giving it a closer look, he noticed that something was off. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao's aura was clearly unstable. This could not be due to old injuries acting up. The only possibility was that old ancestor Xiao Xiao was injured recently. "I've been going to the royal city more frequently these days," old ancestor Xiao Xiao casually replied. Young Kai was speechless. Why fight with the royal lord? Isn't harassing him enough? During the previous war, repeated battles had caused the royal lord's injuries to pile up, while old ancestor Xiao Xiao's frequent visits after the war ended prevented him from healing in peace. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao didn't need to fight with him. All she needed to do was disturb him from time to time, frustrating him, and eliminating any chance he had to recover. Young Kai could not understand why old ancestor Xiao Xiao had suddenly become so aggressive. Saying so, he spread out his small universe. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao furrowed her brow at the sight. "It's just some small wounds. I'll be fine in a few days." Young Kai shook his head and asserted, "You're the old ancestor, so this matter concerns the entire Great Evolution Army. It's more important for you to quickly recover." The old ancestor politely refused. "I know you're doing this out of goodwill, but I've spent a lot of time healing in your small universe. My recovery comes at the cost of its bustling world essence, which will have some negative impact on you." Young Kai requested once more, smiling, "This junior understands, but such losses won't affect me too much. You should focus on healing yourself." Old ancestor Xiao Xiao glanced at him before sighing, no longer insisting. Suddenly, her expression changed. "Your small universe." Young Kai explained with a smile, "My dragon bloodline was purified and my mastery over the Tao of time improved. Now, the flow of time in my small universe is faster than before." A faster flow of time made it easier for the old ancestor to heal her injuries. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao had lived there for hundreds of years inside of his small universe, so she naturally could sense the changes here. The old ancestor's injuries weren't too serious, and she had completely recovered after staying a few months in young Kai's small universe, while only a month had passed in the outside world. After recovering from her wounds, the old ancestor suddenly stood up. "Don't be in a hurry to leave, wait here for me." Saying so, she soared into the sky. Young Kai quickly retracted his small universe as his face twitched slightly, staring in the direction the old ancestor had left. After recovering from her injuries, the old ancestor had gone to cause trouble for the royal lord once more, so it was no wonder she told young Kai not to leave. Apparently, he would have to help her heal from her injuries after she returned. As he had expected, the old ancestor returned in less than half a day later, but her condition greatly surprised young Kai. Although he couldn't find anything wrong with her appearance, young Kai could clearly feel that the old ancestor's injuries were much more serious than last time. Needless to say, he quickly spread his small universe and let the old ancestor enter to heal. After a few more months, when the old ancestor had completely recovered, she left the pass once more. The old ancestor returned after half a day again, and this time her face was pale and there were traces of dried blood stains on her clothes. After repeating this process several times, each time, old ancestor Xiao Xiao was injured more severely. When the old ancestor returned from her 5th excursion, Yang Kai finally couldn't bear it any longer and persuaded, "Old ancestor, there's no need to rush. The crusade is imminent. At that time, we'll first cut his wings and then, with the cooperation of the 8th Order Division commanders, we can slowly take care of the Royal Lord." Yang Kai really could not understand what the old ancestor was trying to achieve. Although he helped her mend her injuries and the Royal Lord was now even more heavily injured, the Royal Lord could rely on the power of the Black Ink Nest to empower himself. Fighting alone in the royal city wasn't beneficial to the old ancestor. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao gave him the feeling as if she wanted to quickly finish off the Royal Lord. Hearing this, old ancestor Xiao Xiao bitterly smiled. "It's not what you think. I have my reasons." Yang Kai was confused. As if she felt a little apologetic, old ancestor Xiao Xiao explained with a smile, "I'm not trying to kill that Royal Lord. His injuries might be quite serious, but it would be quite difficult for me to kill him without the cooperation of the army. I've been going over to visit him only because I want to get something back from him." "What is it?" Yang Kai was taken aback. Does the royal have something that belongs to the old ancestor? Could it be that she had lost it while fighting with him last time? But that should be impossible. With the old ancestor's cultivation, how could the Royal Lord have secretly snatched something from her? Old ancestor Xiao Xiao was silent for a moment, seemingly hesitating about whether or not to tell Yang Kai about this, but in the end, she still chose to give him the answer. "Every great pass is a huge mobile palace artifact, you should know this." Yang Kai nodded his agreement. This was something he had learned when he first laid eyes on Blue Sky Pass. However, despite being a type of mobile palace artifact, the Great Passes were simply too large and difficult to control. Even the old ancestors overseeing each Great Pass were unable to control them freely despite their fearsome strength. Every Great Pass has its own core, and with the help of that core, the 9th Order old ancestors can control their respective Great Passes. With the assistance of others, a mobile palace artifact like the Great Pass can also be used to attack the enemy. The core is similar to an array core of a grand array. The Great Pass is nothing without its core, just a giant, immobile fortress. The Great Pass can't be used for anything other than for defense in such a state, but if you have its core, the Great Pass can really be used as a mobile palace artifact. Unfortunately, the core of the Great Evolution Pass has been lost. If I'm right, it should have fallen into the hands of the Royal Lord, so I must retrieve it. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Judging by the old ancestors' words, if they had the core, Great Evolution Pass wouldn't have to remain in place and could instead be brought to the royal city at some cost. At that time, how could the royal city possibly resist the powerful Great Evolution Pass? Even if all they did was charge right at the royal city, the Great Pass would easily smash the royal city. However, the core of Great Evolution Pass had been lost, and without it, Great Evolution Pass could not move. After giving it another thought, Yang Kai did not find it strange. Great Evolution Pass was in the possession of the Black Ink clan for 30,000 years. Although they had recovered it now, why would the Black Ink clan leave behind such an important thing? It was very likely that it had been taken away long ago. This was the reason why old ancestor Xiao Xiao had been frequently haunting the Royal Lord. With the crusade approaching, if Great Evolution Pass didn't have its core, they wouldn't be able to mobilize the pass. This would make it impossible for them to coordinate with the other Great Passes. So no matter what, she had to retrieve the core of Great Evolution Pass. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5329, Only One Possibility. Hearing this, Yang Kai frowned. Since the core is so important, the Black Ink clan must have also realized it already, so why would they return it just like that? Old ancestor Xiao Xiao let out a long sigh. The Black Ink clan definitely wouldn't return something so important to the human race. If she was the Royal Lord, she would rather destroy the core than let the humans take it back. This was also the reason why she had been attacking the Royal Lord so frequently as of late, only to return empty-handed. "Can't we refine another one?" Yang Kai asked. Clearly, There was no hope of getting it back, and old ancestor Xiao Xiao must also know this, but she was just doing what she could while leaving the rest up to the heavens. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao shook her head. The core is an ancient artifact and the method to refine it has long been lost in the annals of history. Although the artifact refining great grandmasters in the past have been researching the problem, they haven't found any clues as of yet. The loss of Great Evolution's core was only discovered during the recent restoration, so they were currently pressed for time. Even Grandmaster Ma Fan and the other artifact refining Great Grandmaster were at a loss. Refining a new core would not only be extremely difficult, it would also cost an astronomical amount of resources and take an absurd amount of time, probably 1,000 years at best. 1,000 years. A lot of things could happen over such a long period. The human race currently had the advantage in various theaters, especially in Great Evolution Theater, so there would not be a better time to launch the crusade and eliminate all the royal cities in one fell swoop. If they delayed things for too long, the Black Ink clan might be able to rise from the ashes once more. If they couldn't find the core of Great Evolution Pass by the time the crusade began, the Great Evolution Army would no longer be able to borrow the power of the Great Pass and would have no choice but to fly over on their warships to confront the enemy. In that case, the Great Evolution Army's casualties would definitely be higher than the other human race armies. Unfortunately, Yang Kai couldn't help in this matter. The only thing he could do was heal old ancestor Xiao Xiao's injuries, hoping that the Royal Lord wouldn't be able to take her harassment eventually and return the core. Although the chances were slim. Be that as it may, Yang Kai finally understood why the higher-ups had spent so much manpower and resources to rebuild Great Evolution Pass after retaking the pass after listening to old ancestor Xiao Xiao. He did question why they were so heavily fortifying Great Evolution Pass in the past. Though he did not put it in words and kept such thoughts to himself, he couldn't help feeling that this was a wasteful endeavor as the Black Ink clan in Great Evolution Theater had already been routed and trapped in the royal city. Thus, restoring the pass without the Black Ink clan being capable of attacking them seemed somewhat pointless. Thus, he thought of it not as repelling assaults by the Black Ink clan, but rather, for the sake of sentiment. Now it was clear he had made too many incorrect assumptions. The various repairs done to Great Evolution Pass were not just for the sake of sentiment or appearance, but rather in preparation for the crusade. As long as they could find the core, the entire pass would be their greatest reliance in the coming war. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao continued going out once every 2 or 3 months, returning each time with varying injuries. If she ended up in this state, the royal lord definitely wouldn't have fared any better. After all, he had yet to recover from his past injuries. If it weren't for the power of the Black Ink nest in the royal city, old ancestor Xiao Xiao would have killed him already. The current royal lord was simply struggling at death's door. Whether Great Evolution Pass could get its core back, the Great Evolution Army would definitely defeat the Black Ink clan army when the crusade began. That would be the time for him to lose his head. However, as time passed, Yang Kai could clearly feel that old ancestor Xiao Xiao's temper was getting worse and worse. More often than not, she would start cursing the royal lord for being ignorant and calling him a stubborn oaf when she returned from the royal city. Every time this happened, Yang Kai would choose to remain silent. Rather, it would be even stranger if the royal lord really gave her Great Evolution Pass core just because she went to him and asked for it. It was just a thought, one Yang Kai didn't dare say out loud, afraid he would be cursed along with the royal lord. Today, when old ancestor Xiao Xiao returned from her trip to the royal city, she was so gloomy that it felt as if darkness was oozing from her. She landed in Yang Kai's small universe, began healing from her injuries, and began her usual rant about the royal lord. All this went in Yang Kai's left ear and out through the right as he kept nodding in agreement like a chicken pecking rice. This had already happened many times before, so Yang Kai had long since become accustomed to it. Now well prepared, he casually took out a stick of candied fruit and handed it to her. The old ancestor took a sidelong glance at him before accepting it, but she still did not forget to scold the royal lord while she aggressively crunched on the snack. Yang Kai remained calm, quietly studying the Tao's of time and space. Suddenly, Yang Kai raised his head, looking at old ancestor Xiao Xiao. The old ancestor was just about to unleash another barrage of curses, but when she noticed his unusual movement, she furrowed her brow and asked, "What is it?" Young Kai asked, "Old Ancestor, you said that the Royal Lord keeps denying that he took Great Evolution Pass core, yes?" This was not the first time the Old Ancestor had mentioned this, but Young Kai had never taken it seriously. After all, there was nothing he could do to help in this situation except aid the Old Ancestor with her recovery. While the Old Ancestor was recuperating, most of Young Kai's attention was focused on comprehending the Tao of Time and the Tao of Space to improve in the short peaceful time he had on hand. And he had indeed gained a lot over the past few months. The advancement of his dragon bloodline had improved his mastery and understanding of the Tao of Time, and by refining and absorbing the abundant space Tao essence in Su Yang's phoenix nest, he had enhanced his comprehension of the Tao of Space. When the Old Ancestor mentioned this matter again just now though, Yang Kai suddenly realized that he had overlooked something very important. The Old Ancestor rebuked with a snort. Would he dare to admit to such a thing if he did it? Yang Kai pondered for a moment before asking, if Great Evolution's core was still there when the Black Ink clan occupied Great Evolution Pass, would the Black Ink clan be able to use it? The Old Ancestor explained, although Great Evolution Pass was created by humans, in the end, it's just a giant mobile palace artifact, so with sufficient energy anyone can control it. The Royal Lord is comparable to a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so he wouldn't be able to control Great Evolution Pass on his own. However, if with the help of the territory lords under him, controlling Great Evolution Pass wouldn't be a problem. After all, the Black Ink clan has many territory lords. Then this situation is a bit strange. Yang Kai looked at Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao. If they were able to move Great Evolution Pass, why did the Black Ink clan just leave it here? If I were the Royal Lord, I would have brought Great Evolution Pass back to the vicinity of the Royal City to act as another fortified base of operation. I might have even directly treated Great Evolution Pass as my own Royal City. The Black Ink clan Royal Cities were nowhere near as sturdy as the human race's Great Passes. By making such a pass into his Royal City, the Royal Lord would never need to worry about the humans taking it back, which would give him a huge boost in security and face. He believed that no Royal Lord could resist this temptation. The Old Ancestor slightly frowned. Actually, I've also been wondering about this issue as well. Yang Kai's eyes slightly lit up. Great Evolution Pass core really may not be in the hands of the Black Ink clan. The Old Ancestor shook her head, denying the possibility. But if the core is not in the hands of the Black Ink clan, where could it be? Could it have been destroyed? Yang Kai asked. Back then, the Old Ancestor of Great Evolution Pass died in battle. Perhaps someone felt that the situation was dire enough for the humans that they decided to destroy the core rather than let it fall into enemy hands. At a time of crisis, something as important as the core would definitely be destroyed rather than left behind. While that's possible, it's not very likely. Every Great Pass core is extremely sturdy, so only a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master could destroy it. When Great Evolution Pass fell, there was only one Old Ancestor here, and at that time, he should have been fighting with the two Royal Lords, so how could he have had time to destroy the core? Then there's only one possibility, Yang Kai stated as he put away his small universe and beckoned her, Old Ancestor, please follow me. Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao's face was filled with confusion. Nonetheless, she quickly chased after him, asking, what are you thinking? Yang Kai shook his head, stating, I'm not certain, but we'll know after giving it a try. Old Ancestor, please wait patiently. Xiao Xiao didn't pursue the matter any further. Soon, the two arrived at Great Evolution's Space Array Hall. When the soldiers on duty saw the Old Ancestor arrive, they quickly stepped forward and bowed. One of the soldiers asked, does the Old Ancestor want to go to another Great Pass? Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao shook her head and pointed at Yang Kai. It's his business, you should ask him. The man nodded and turned to Yang Kai. Where is junior brother Yang going? Yang Kai thought for a moment before stating, I'll have to trouble senior brothers to activate the hyperspace array. The guards immediately started getting everything set up. Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao asked, furrowing her brow, do you suspect that when Great Evolution Pass was breached, someone sent the core to another Great Pass using the space array? Yang Kai nodded. If the core is not in the hands of the Black Ink clan, and it has not been destroyed, then that is the only possibility left. After all, they did not outright destroy the space array, believing that the humans' race would come back one day to retake the pass. No one knew what had happened 30,000 years ago. After all, on the day Great Evolution Pass fell, except for those who had been captured, almost everyone, from the old ancestors to the ordinary soldiers, was wiped out. However, just as young Kai had said, if the core was not in the hands of the Black Ink clan and was not destroyed, the only way to send it away was through the space array. Perhaps on that day, someone had stepped through this space array, shouldering the heavy responsibility of preserving Great Evolution Pass core. If it really was sent to another Great Pass, why would that Great Pass not report it? Old ancestor Xiao Xiao shook her head in response. Young Kai answered with a smile, if they don't know, how can they report it? Old ancestor Xiao Xiao was confused. At this moment, the guard on duty stated, Junior brother Yang, everything is set. Where should we set the location? Yang Kai stated without hesitation, Wind and Cloud Pass. Saying so, he stepped onto the array. The space array hummed and energy surged as the lines of the array flashed, enveloping Yang Kai's figure in a dazzling glow. By the time the light disappeared, Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. At the same time, inside Wind and Cloud Pass space array hall lit up. The guards promptly reported the situation, while searching for the source of the disturbance. Soon, they found out that it was someone arriving from Great Evolution Pass. A moment later, Yang Kai's figure appeared on the space array. Junior brother Yang, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, cupped his fist and greeted Yang Kai. The last time Yang Kai came here, he was also on duty, so he immediately recognized Yang Kai. Yang Kai returned the greeting, greetings, senior brother. The 7th Order Master asked, what business does junior brother Yang have here? Under normal circumstances, very few people would travel between the Great Passes, because each teleportation would consume a massive amount of resources. If it was just information that needed to be shared, then a jade slip would be sufficient. The evil purging divine spears, purifying black ink pills, and even the refining method of the void yin-yang mirrors were all shared with other Great Passes by sending out jade slips. It had to be something very important for Yang Kai to teleport here in person. Yang Kai stated outright, there are indeed some things I need to discuss. May I ask which army commander is free right now? I would like to ask them about something. The 7th Order guard agreed with a nod. Junior brother, please wait a moment, allow me. Before this person could finish, a voice came from outside. What's the matter? The moment the voice rang in everyone's ear, a figure stepped into the hall. Everyone quickly bowed. Yang Kai looked over and saw an old acquaintance, Wind and Cloud Pass Eastern Army Commander, Yuan Xingji. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.